Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. How are you? How's everyone? Hey, Shirl, how are you?
Hey, I'm good.
Good, good. So
I
that was
fall in
my.
the afternoon category.
You're in the afternoon category.
I
Yeah,
am in
you're
that one.
you're almost um on the opposite side of the globe from me, right? Almost.
Almost, yeah. But time zone wise, I fit somewhere between you guys and Australia.
Yeah, that's right. So what do you think of my funky new intro there?
I liked it. I liked it.
Yeah,
I definitely liked the music too.
it's got a bit of get up and go. Hey, genetic code, how are you? Hey, Helen. Well, 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 what's going on here? Jackie, how are you? So this is just a kind of casual chit chat, right? Just talking about YouTube in general. Um, I don't know about you guys listening. I don't know about yourself, Cheryl, but there's always toxicity going on. There's always contrived drama going on. But over the last kind of few months, it seems to be especially intrusive and toxic. Do you get that impression? I mean, I know there's peaks and troughs, right? But I just got a sense that people have a kind of apathy right now around all our little communities here on YouTube. What do you think?
Yes. Yes, I agree that there are pockets of that for sure. Um and I have ideas on, certain things what could be causing some of it, not sure if we're right or not, but some things that kind of like what we had talked about before, some things to think about.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just to be open and honest about it, I get sick and tired of what I seem to observe as being contrived drama, right?
Yes.
Or if it's not contrived drama, it's it's
Exaggerated.
yeah, it's exaggerated, and there's movements between channels, between creators that are more about convenience rather than any kind of sincerity.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how I feel about it. Oh, Carrie,
Mm-hmm.
hey, how are you? And I'm just a bit sick of it, sure.
I know, I agree. There's yeah, so one of the things that I see, and this is just a small observation because I'm not all over YouTube and I'm not in every community and I'm not on every channel. But a lot of it is I don't want to say the word staged because I do think that the dislike for a lot of these different channels and the hostility is probably pretty genuine. But what I do think happens is they take it, like I said, exaggerate it, make it bigger than what it really is for content. Um, where something, and you hear the subs saying all the time, "Hey, this should have been dealt with privately," but the subs are the ones that are piling on, into the channels when they put up a thing that they're going to be doing a live talking about so and so. So, it's one of those love hate things. And some of these things I think could have been handled, should have been handled, privately, but why not use it for content? And that's what I think a lot of them do. And to me, that's I don't know that it like you said, it gets tiring and people
Yeah,
do get hurt because then things do get taken too far and it's easy to get caught up in that to go too far and people have been hurt,
yeah.
the doxing and not and again not every time somebody says your name publicly do I consider that doxing,
Mm.
but there has been actual doxing with like
Yeah.
addresses, children's names and phone number.
Children's names and people having to defend their medical records and things like that. It's
Yeah,
like what? How on earth does it come to that? You know,
I
it's
I don't
it's
know. I
it's social
that's
media. It's supposed to be an outlet for creativity and a place to kind of gather communities and um, have a half decent time. Or I mean, it's all well and good to have drama. Like I was saying to you the other night, drama itself, right, in its truest definition, it's part of life. It's interesting. Drama is not necessarily a negative thing. It's when it's contrived and exaggerated, like you say, for the sake of convenience.
Yeah.
Because, and like, I'm not trying to sound all high and mighty here, right? I mean, I've learned my lessons. I've been on this platform for a good few years now, and I know the temptation that can come over you, right? To um, go live and drag someone, and play into that sort of excitement, that atmosphere. And I think you can be conscious that you're being a little bit disingenuous with yourself if you feel that temptation. And then as you learn through time, you notice that and you don't do it, right? Because because even creators, they're also observers of YouTube, of other channels, and they get a little pissed off when they see it happening. So they know how it comes across, right?
Yeah.
But I think what happens is the priority list in some creators' minds is a bit skewed, where um, excitement and drama is at the very top of the scale, and then too far down is actual, you know, genuine content or genuine drama. Nothing wrong with genuine drama, but it's when it's contrived or just convenient. You're kind of cheating the observers there, right? Hey, Broke Injustice. Didn't say hi to you there yet. How are you? Sandy Blue. Pup for the puddle, dog for the road. Hey, great name. Oh, Lizzie. Great to see you. How are you? Apologies again, Lizzie, for my technical issues during the Madeleine McCann live. It was a bit of a disaster.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It happens.
Yeah, I still, to this day, do not understand how I had two streams happening simultaneously. I,
And
hon-
one stream into the other one. Yeah.
that's the thing that gets me. One stream going into the other. I mean, how's that even possible?
I have no idea. Uh, yes, I'm reading Helen's happy thoughts comments. Believe it or not, there are actual true friendships that have been formed on YouTube. People that are really loyal. That's the other thing, we hear a lot. People saying, YouTube in general is toxic and da 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 da, and you can't trust anybody on the internet, and maybe that's true for some people, maybe that's true some of the time, but I think that's a really negative view if that's how you see all of YouTube, all of the internet, and all the people that you interact with.
Yeah, I don't buy that theory that it's like there's this sort of really strict line between real life and then social media life. It's not like that anymore. It's merged more together now. You can, like Helen says, you can absolutely have genuine friendships
Yeah.
through YouTube, through social media itself, right? That's entirely
Yeah,
possible.
I mean, it used to be, where you had your real life and then there was online stuff, and you people would say you spend too much time online and da 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 da. Well, but now it, like you said, it's like they're kind of merging.
Yeah.
There's almost, it's to a certain degree not a whole lot of difference between them. Like I said, the only difference between the friends that I have on YouTube that I've met through YouTube, not on YouTube, but I met through YouTube, is I can't sit down in a restaurant and have coffee with them. But I get on calls with them and we spend hours and hours on calls talking. It's just we can't be in the same restaurant or in the same room, and I can't hug them when they're upset, that kind of thing. But to me, they're just as important to me as friends as the ones that I can go have dinner with. And I think that's
Yeah,
becoming more and more common for people.
absolutely. I mean, it's just a natural progression and evolution through technology, right? This is just the way the world is going now, and obviously in the West, you know, it's evolved a little quicker in terms of technology, right? But the whole world's going that way. It's just the way it is. I mean, we just have to be
Yeah.
careful that we keep it in perspective, right? Because like this might be something we're going to talk about regarding YouTube, how people can just lose their minds on YouTube, right? And it actually replaces life for some people. That's when it's dangerous.
Yes, and I've talked about this before with some other people, and I don't know, maybe it was, I mean, I think it's probably always been going on since the internet has been around, but I think COVID created a lot of that for a lot of
Yeah.
people. The connections that they made on the internet was the only connections that they could have, you know, especially in places where, you know, they had to the isolation rules were really strict, and you know, that was how they connected with people. So that became their actual world because they didn't have any other world, right? They couldn't go out and do anything. They, you know, they were stuck. So now that
Yeah.
COVID's over, I'm curious to see how people are adjusting to try to get back to what their life maybe was like before,
Mm-hmm.
but still having that online connection also.
Yeah. And I suspect for some people they will never get back to the way it was prior to COVID. I think 2, 3 years of this is a long time, right? If for some people they're in that situation where they are entirely isolated and it is all online, you know, I think a lot of people just won't get back to the way it was before, but it's different for everyone, right? Just depends.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because like I said, especially if at a time when that's the only thing you had as your world, it does become your whole world. So just, you know, shutting your computer off and doing something else now that we can in certain parts of the world, I don't think that's as easy for a lot of people. And going back to the drama thing, you know, there's a reason that housewives, you know, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, you know, that they watched uh you know, the soap operas because people
Hmm.
like drama. Um, but like I said, the thing that seems to be happening here, and I don't know if it's because I don't know. I don't know what causes people to be so incredibly intrusive and hurtful.
Oh, I think this is time for me to bring up that my theory I had about true crime, the true crime community in regards
Okay.
to that.
Okay.
It's just a theory, right? But
Right.
I suspect because true crime is so prevalent now. I mean, if you wanted to, you could watch true crime 24 hours, 7 days a week if you wanted to, right?
Yep.
But regardless, compared to 10, 20 years ago, I think all of us are more um, aware of true crime and we're more um, aware of what can go wrong with people, right? Because we've got the magnifying glass on the worst actions and the worst behavior of the most corrupted minds out there that do these crimes, right? It's always the most horrific crimes we tend to become aware of, right? And I guess
Mm-hmm.
that the communities that we're kind of referring to, it's kind of a few different communities, right? You've got the obviously the truth channels, you've got the true crime channels, and you've got the kind of drama channels, right? But
Right.
regardless, they're all aware of this plethora of true crime. And what I suspect on social media is because it's so overwhelming, I think subconsciously a lot of people just become so much more uh, either paranoid or suspicious about
Yep.
people and about their actions. And they almost they're almost looking for bad behavior in everyone. And I think that maybe instills a lot of the drama and the allegations that get made.
I will agree. I will definitely agree. I mean, because anybody that's really interested in true crime, I mean, myself included, you know, it's like you see, you hear somebody say something, and you're like, well, huh, that could be because of this. When normally most people wouldn't even think that, but because you've read all these true crime stories and you've seen all this stuff, your mind thinks of every negative thing that person's action or words could mean.
Yep.
And and because of that, yeah, then they feed off of that. Sometimes, you know, just what someone says is exactly what they mean. That's what they mean, what they said. But people in the true crime community, not everybody, but some people, they're always looking for the negative. They're always looking, like we talked about that, like the conspiracy. Like it can't just be that they said this and they meant this. There's got to be like these three levels of undertones going on at the same time.
Yeah, and people just seem to have a sort of general notion that maybe a creator that they don't like, they must have something dodgy in their past. If we just find the right paths to get to this information,
Yeah.
then we'll bring them down.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Bring them down. Bring them down for what? This isn't a competition. It's not like, the TV networks, the three major TV networks and who's going to be the top dog. This is YouTube. I mean, I don't understand that. You're bringing them down. What does that mean? You want them to go away forever? And if that's the case, why? Why do you care? Do you want them
Yeah,
to stop saying certain things? Okay, I understand, but if you're going to do that, digging in someone's private life and exposing things that you have no business exposing, whether you know it or not, um, that's that's where the drama starts right there, because then someone else feels like I have to do it to you, and then you did it back to me, so now I have to come back even harder to you, and then that's
yeah,
where it's ridiculous. And
it's a
then when they
never-ending
run out of
spiral,
stuff, huh?
and it's a never-ending spiral, isn't it?
Yeah, and then when they run out of like legitimate stuff, then they start making stuff up. So and so, I saw so and so and so and so's chat, and that must mean that they're working together, stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, kids' names are being brought in.
Yeah.
It just becomes that's where, and I don't like to use the word toxic, because for me, toxic is something much, much worse, but it definitely becomes borderline bad and dangerous, in my opinion.
Negative, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And it feeds off itself, doesn't it? Because
Yes.
people just naturally have a sort of tribal aspect to their characters anyway. It's built into all of us biologically. We kind of tend towards tribes, whether we like it or not, right? We can intellectually try not to do that, right? And try and be individuals and always speak our minds. Some people are better at doing that than others, but nevertheless, that aspect is still there within us. So I think it encourages that sort of us versus them kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I was I think it was Broken Justice. Put a bunch of dollar signs. I I I don't know every creator's motivation, but just from observations, I would definitely agree that that happens probably more often than not. We all see certain channels, and some channels that we support too, or whatever. When they do true crime, you can see their video count, view counts, right? So they do true crime, they get a certain number of people that view it, everything's good, whatever. They do a live dragging someone, the
Numbers
super
are
chat.
tripled.
Yes, yes. Yeah, a lot more views, and they get a lot more super chats and things like that. So, if money is the motivation for some people being on YouTube because, to supplement their income or be their income, then of
Mm,
course you're going to follow that.
mm,
So, but that becomes that dangerous,
mm.
razor's edge of, doing drama and doing crap.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And obviously I'm not naive about the fact that there's that money element as well that maybe influences that side of things. I just don't care. I mean, if they're being a little bit disingenuous in that for that reason, then it's everyone's own responsibility whether they give money or not, right?
Right, right.
Um, unless it's obviously um, unless it's an obvious scam, that needs to be called out, it's different, right? Then we all have the right to point out that behavior, right? That's still legitimate. Carrie says we have more access to learn about the crimes than we did 20 years ago. That's exactly what we were talking about there the other day, right? I think um, there's something that might feel counterintuitive to a lot of people, right? But it actually happens to be the case that right now, in our period in history, it's never been a safer time to be alive. The rates of homicide and violent crimes have never been lower. And this is obviously in terms of percentages per capita. It's never been safer. There's never been less homicides and less violent crimes. And we've got
And
records going back to medieval times. And
that blew my mind when
yeah,
we looked at that, because your first reaction is, there's no way. I mean, you can't tell me that there's less murders now than there was in the 80s or whatever. But yeah, it's true. There
yeah,
is, and it's weird. And we talked about why we think that is.
yeah. And I think Carrie's actually just come out with the reason there, right, on the screen. It's all to do with the changes in media, mass media. Like I mentioned earlier, you could watch true crime 24 hours a day if you wanted to. It's not like the 80s or the 90s where you'd have a 1 hour news program at lunchtime and then a 1 hour news program in the evening, it was only the especially um, grievous crimes, I guess, that got brought to everyone's attention, whereas now it's it's daily, isn't it?
Yeah,
So,
it's
so
it's everything. It's everything, and
everything.
like what we also talked about, and it's real time. You don't have to wait until the 6 o'clock news or anything to find out about what was going on the other side of town when all the police were there. Da da da. Da. It's right there on on the internet, and sometimes even live. So you're not
Yeah.
you're watching it. Some of these things as they happen. So as far as like murders and stuff go, yeah,
And you know
you
where it
didn't hear
started?
about every single murder. You do now because you can
Yeah.
find it everywhere.
And do you know who started it? O.J. Simpson literally started it when he got
Yep.
into that van and put his foot down on the accelerator. That was the start of what you're describing. We were
When,
all
when,
watching that live.
when they went down the highway at like
That's right.
45 miles an hour. That's what I said. And they're not all high speed chases. There's some low speed chases
Mm,
too. But yeah, that's when it really started. And I think, and also DNA was really uh presented to the audience or the people watching. I mean, they had been using DNA and DNA had been talked about, but I think watching that trial live day after day, people learned exactly what DNA was. And so
mm.
now that's a thing that's, constantly. So yeah, OJ, that whole thing started a lot.
Yeah, thanks for that, O.J. And it's like trials now as well. We can watch the entire trial of any case of our choice. It's, in America, we can anyway, right? So this is a graph we were looking at yesterday. This is the homicide rates from the 1300s, medieval times, up till this goes up to 2016, 2019, I think. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the USA here. It's England, Germany, Italy, Scandinavia, and the Netherlands and Belgium. But you can see it's an obvious decline there all the way to here. We did
Yeah,
notice there's a little peak in the 90s, I think,
yeah, there
and it
was.
goes back down.
And if anybody knows what was happening in Italy in the 1400, what was going on there, um,
Yeah, 1812. I don't
that
know.
peak, yeah.
I don't know. When did I th it was in the 1800s that Italy actually there was that kind of revolution where they actually the nation of Italy was actually formed. It's relatively recently, only in the last 200 years. It was all just city-states prior to that, before it actually became Italy. So that might be connected to that. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know, but when we looked at that the other day, it was like that blew my mind. And of course, that started us off talking about a whole lot of things that Yeah. And along with, not to divert too much, but along with having access to 24-hour true crime, if that's your interest or whatever, how does that affect a person's emotions and mental state, as far as, empathy or apathy even? You and I kind of talked about it, but I would like to hear you talk about your opinion first.
Well, yeah, it's a good question because, as you see what Helen has said here, it's true. She's referring to um, it, it works both ways. So we're heightened to the worst in people because there's so much true crime that we see, but we're also heightened to the best in people. And that is a good point, actually. And I've got a couple of videos that I might show later that might just highlight that point.
Well, okay, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing by this comment. It's just it's a real comment, and I'm not talking about everybody. Obviously, everybody's different, but if you pull up your internet and you have, a video, a car crash and 7 family members died on the freeway, 34 cars, blah blah blah, and then you have, like, man saved kitten from drowning. Which link are you going to click on first?
I know.
And some people may click on the man saves the kitten. I don't know. I'm just saying that I do think that you see positives too. I agree with that, but just like anything else in life, you can do 100 good things, but one bad thing what seems to wipe out all the good things. That's just unfortunately how things seem to be. And I'm wondering if it's the same thing with, the negativity and the ugly things. I do think it makes people more aware about, the world.
Yeah, because just to bring up one case everyone knows about, just as an example, there's nothing, there was nothing more horrific than just being aware of what actually occurred in that case. But the good side of it was the fact that we seen what a good friend is capable of, and what a how important it is to have such a good friend. Nicole, how she was on it that morning, and that's how Chris got caught so quickly, really, because she was not accepting his bullshit. She was beside herself with worry about Shanann. So that highlights Helen's point. You've seen the good side of humanity there, but you also seen the horrific side of humanity, right?
Yeah, and going forward, maybe because of that, if something similar happens to, somebody where they're, with their friend, they'll think about, that case, and they'll think about what Nicole did, and they may actually end up saving one of their friends because they saw that and felt comfortable enough to say, no, I'm not just gonna, keep quiet. I'm gonna call someone, that kind of thing. So, I mean, like I said, there's good things that definitely come from it.
Yeah, and like I also think it helps you to have a bit of if you're interested in psychology, right? And if you're interested in watching interrogations or the body cam footage of um, people that commit these crimes, it gives you such an insight as to how these people behave, how they act when you have the advantage of having the knowledge of what they've actually done, right? You get to see them lying, how they behave when they're lying, the lengths that they will go to. That's interesting, and that's just looking at it from a sort of cold, analytical side, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's
Mm-hmm.
still value in that.
Oh, for sure. And again, the social media part of that is, like on YouTube, you can find many channels of, body experts, psychologists, that will, review certain things and discuss it, where normally, not normally, in the olden days, you had to wait until, their opinions about a certain interview that they watched, blah blah blah, was published in, like Psychology Today, and the magazine came out, where now you can just watch these videos and you can learn from the actual psychologist what things that they keyed into, even if you're not a psychologist but you're interested in it.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, you don't have to be qualified in psychology to have a good awareness of it, right? And it can be helpful to you just in general, I think. Oh, did you see Lizzie there was talking about the True Detective magazine? You brought that up the other day, didn't you? Back in the
Yeah,
70s,
yeah, it
80s?
was.
Yeah.
Oh, Lizzie mentioned that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying how like my dad used to like those. So when we'd go to town, my mom would stock up on all the magazines, for the month. Inquire, People, Us, and there was True Detective, and there was another one. I think there were two or three of them. But yeah, that's how people like us got our fix back then. Was reading these, and they, but again, they were mostly the most horrific stories. Um, and there'd be, I don't know, 6 or 7 different stories in the monthly magazine, and that's how you got your
Mm.
fix back then.
Yeah, and you were making the point as well as, that's we're talking about the fact that are we possibly a little numb to true crime now because it is so pervasive, um, compared to, you know, back in the 70s and 80s where you would only really come across such stories fleetingly in a magazine or a news story, but it'd be very rare, so it would be more shocking to you compared to now.
Yeah. I'm, I'm sorry. They decided to weed whack right outside my window as soon as we went live. So if it gets really
Okay.
loud, I apologize.
Uh,
um,
I can't hear anything as of yet, anyway.
oh, you can't? Okay, cool.
No.
Okay. Well, I figured if you could hear the dogs barking, because that's what the dogs were barking at, then okay, that's cool. Um, so I can talk a little bit about what we talked about that about the being numb, and I we don't need to go into all of it like we talked about, but
Mm.
there are certain things that I remember. So I was growing up in the 70s. I was a teenager in the 80s, and there are certain things that back then that stick in my head. Would you say that they imprinted on your brain, right?
Mm.
Because they weren't normal. You didn't see it every day. It's like, oh my gosh, this is pretty horrific. Nowadays, not that people don't have sympathy, not that people don't care, but in my opinion, a lot of the things that I see, an overall thing, like the mass shootings. Sometimes it almost seems like it's an afterthought. Oh, did you hear about there was a mass shooting and da da? No, really? How many? Oh, 34 people. Oh, that's horrible. And then they move on to the next subject. Where, back in those days, if something like that was publicized, people would be talking, we'd be talking about it in school, and it would be in all the newspapers. It would be such a huge thing, and everybody would be talking about it. So with that comes, if you get flooded with so many things, so basically you're overloading yourself in all this, I don't want to say negativity, but in crime,
Just
you're
horror, right?
Well, right, right. You can't have the same reaction for everything that you hear, otherwise you would emotionally explode.
Mm.
So certain things grab you and certain things don't. But again, I wonder if um something that doesn't grab you now would have grabbed you if you hadn't been fed all of these horrific stories for the past 10 years, easily accessible on the internet. If it were how like it were in the 70s or 80s, kind of, like desensitized. That was the word that I was
Mm.
using. Does it desensitize people? I don't know.
Well, there's another. This might seem like a bit obscure, but there's a kind of parallel you can draw with war veterans. The stories of these vets coming back from Vietnam or the Second World War, especially Vietnam, because so many like there were so many of the populace that were against Vietnam, right? For their own reasons, and they weren't really these soldiers that had gone through the horrors of Vietnam. There wasn't the ticket parades that there were in, say, the Second World War, and they were just kind of people just didn't want to talk about Vietnam. Once they came back, I mean, Rambo: First Blood is like the perfect description of that cliche, of the vet coming back and expecting a certain life after he's fought for his country, and then he finds out that his country no longer believes that it was a justified war, and they've gone through the horrors of what they've seen. They've had to kill people, and how do they survive in society after that? Are they completely desensitized to it? Because I've seen a lot of stats when it comes to war veterans that unfortunately are more liable to take their own life or to commit violent crimes, right? And it could be linked to them being desensitized.
I would imagine that they would have to be, right?
Yeah,
How
right?
can you not be?
Yeah.
Ed, it's moving. Ed Cumstus? Ed Cumstus has a comment. It's weird. I'm a true crime junkie since about 6. Literally had my PD scanner attached to my bike, but I cannot do mass shootings, bombings, arson, fires to kill. Just something about them I cannot. And that's the other thing. Being completely interested, and we were talking about last night about whether it's finding it entertainment or it being interesting, and what those words mean to certain people. But anyways, I'm the same way. I had already explained, like, I was the weird kid, like at 6 years old, who was looking at the Helter Skelter book that we had in our house, and I couldn't read very well, but I looked at the pictures and just being fascinated, even though they didn't show the bodies, they had them like cut out so it looked white, just kind of being fascinated, thinking there's a dead person there, and feeling certain emotions as a little kid. I mean, it wasn't like a fascination, like a Jeffrey Dahmer fascination, not like that. But it was just feeling the emotions and thinking about what emotions were going on at the time. And, even at 6 years old, that was the kind of stuff that I thought about. But even though there's a whole lot of true crime that I do, there are certain things that I cannot, under any circumstances. If I see a link, I don't click on it. If it's a documentary, I don't watch it. I mean, there are just certain things. And I wonder if a lot of true crime people are like that, because it's kind of like, okay, everybody has their
we all have our certain triggers, I think, right? When it comes to true crime, certain types of crimes, I guess.
Yeah. Mine is actually, well, kids, anything to do with kids is difficult for most people. I don't think that makes, I think that that's kind of a given, but sometimes, yes. But some people are just able to, involve themselves in learning about certain cases with kids, and I can up to a point, and then after a certain point, it extreme torture and things like that with a kid, I just can't. And I'm the same way with, like, animals. If there's torture with animals, I can't.
Oh God, yeah. What was that case? Some guy was killing cats, I think. I think it was a Netflix thing about it. I could never watch that shit.
Yeah, he was Canadian. Lizzie, genetic code. Just saying. What? Yeah, I'll wait.
I heard a podcast about it, but I didn't. I couldn't watch
what
it.
I did. I heard the podcast, so that was bad enough for me. Luca Magnotta. So the podcast. So when they came out with that "Don't F with Cats" on Netflix, I'm like, I'm gonna pass. I'm just gonna pass. I'm not. I can't.
Hey, Raven.
Did you watch the Netflix?
I think I tried to start watching it, and I only got maybe halfway through the first episode, and then I realized it was the podcast. Like, it was the same story as the podcast, so I knew what was coming, so I couldn't watch it.
Yeah. The podcast, I don't remember which one it was. I don't know if it was Sword and Scale or Case Files, because those were the two main ones that I listened to at the time. But it may have been Sword and Scale. Anyways, in the podcast, they had the recordings, because he had recorded when he was killing one of the guys, and you can hear the guy moaning as he's killing him. and this is actually where I had to, stop and take a really hard look at myself, because after the podcast was over, I realized it was much easier for me to listen to that than to hear about what he did to the animals. And I'm thinking, not that it shouldn't have been hard with the animals, but why was it easier for me to actually listen to a man dying? It's like, that's like, okay, I need to figure out what's going on in my head. Why was that easier? Where when it talked about the animals, I had to fast forward, literally had to fast forward through them.
It's because it's so unique, I think, right? Like you've just never heard a story about something like that regarding cats, or seen anything like that regarding cats.
Yeah,
Whereas,
maybe.
every true crime case is, it's a human being, right? That's obviously been killed. So maybe just because of that, for that reason, it just stood out more to you.
Maybe. I mean, and digging deeper into it, at least the part that they played on the podcast, he was moaning. I mean, if he were screaming in torturous pain, I'm pretty sure I would have had to fast forward through that, but it was moaning. But even then, still in my mind, I'm thinking this should be bothering me a lot more. This man is literally dying and I'm listening to it. And it doesn't seem to be bothering me as much as I want it. So it bothered me that it didn't bother me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah. So, you go down that line of, am I desensitized to certain things now? Clearly, I'm not desensitized to animals because I purposely do not watch things like that or listen to things like that. But, with all these other true crimes, between the podcast, the books, the YouTube videos, the documentaries, am I so desensitized now that listening to a person dying doesn't seem to affect me the way that in my mind I think it should? I don't know.
Well, the first point is, I think you're quite an animal person anyway, aren't you? That's the first point, and then
Yeah.
the second point, as I say,
But
I
I'm
think
kind
we're
of a
all.
human person too, though,
Oh, of
Rabid.
course, of course. But what I mean is, because it's so unique, you never hear about animals in these true crime cases, So it
Right.
kind of it sticks out to you, I would
Yeah.
imagine that's the reason.
The other thing that I was thinking about, and I don't know if it's across the board for other people too, but maybe it comes down to the helplessness. Not that you're being murdered, you're a human, you're being murdered. That's not okay. But children and animals, the innocence and the helplessness that those two categories carry, as opposed to a grown ass adult who maybe, depending on the circumstances, has the potential to try to do something to save their own lives, where, a
They have
dog, a little dog, a cat, a little kid, they can't, there's nothing they can do.
There's literally no escape, right? They're
Right,
completely
right.
at the mercy of a crazy person.
And I think it's also, when I think about it, at least when I think about animals, their lack of understanding, and kids are the same way. If you're talking about a little kid, they know they're you know, being hurt. There's this pain being inflicted on them. They see who's doing it, but they have no understanding as why. No understanding as why, So I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Have you heard about this case? You probably haven't. This was over in the UK.
No, I have. Yeah.
You have you?
Yes, I have.
Well, just talking about, certain things in our childhood just imprinting themselves on our brain. The Jamie Bulger case did that for me. I still remember the newspaper pictures of these. I think there was these two boys. I think were they maybe 12 or 13, and they kidnapped a toddler, Jamie Bulger, in a shopping centre. I think he just wandered away from his mother's eyes for a couple of seconds, and then these two boys just walked away with him, holding his hands. Just walk it. There was CCTV footage of it, and it was obviously all over the papers, and I can still see that picture to this day, because we knew what had happened, like in terms of the details, because they obviously killed this little toddler, and what you don't see with your own eyes, your mind fills in the blanks, you know, and you just have these horrible images in your head, and you've got that picture emblazoned on your brain forever. It's horrific.
Yeah, and for me, what makes it even more horrific is who did it, and at that age. I mean, it's not that everything would be okay, but if you've got a group of 10, 11, 12-year olds playing and they shove a little kid down and they hit their head and something happens, or they push them off a bridge or something, but I don't know exactly what happened to the little boy, but like you said, my brain fills in a lot of stuff. I can imagine that it was a lot. What drives a 10, 11, 12-year-old to do that? I mean,
Mm,
that's a whole level of psychology that
mm.
is just
It's hard
scary.
to it's hard to even imagine how to decipher that. I mean, we all hear, you know, the odd story that is quite common for future violent criminals to harm animals, right? That's kind of one of the precursors. It's one of the red flags. Um, there's a lot of serial killers that turns out in their childhood they had a habit of killing animals. That's how they started off, and it just progressed and progressed and progressed. Um, it's maybe like for some reason these incredibly young teenagers, they just kind of saw this toddler. It's like one step up from an animal to them, like a pet. They just got a kick out of it, um, and it's just it's horrific to imagine
It's
that that's possible within the mind, of a 12, 13-year-old to not distinguish between a human being and a cat or a dog.
right, right. And if that's the thought process at that age, how do you fix that? Is that even something that can be fixed? Did those
I
boys
know, right?
did those boys ever say, and I don't know. I do know the story. I've watched some videos on it, but did those boys ever say if they planned to do that or it was just a spur of the moment thing? Do you
See,
know?
it's a lot different over here in the UK, and especially in the 80s when this happened. I think it was 80s or early 90s. Everything was really kind of hushed up here when it comes to crime,
Oh,
you
right,
know? We
right.
just don't really get as much public information. And I don't remember hearing any information about those kind of questions, you know? I mean, undoubtedly, they must have had, the most professional psychologists, psychiatrists,
Yeah.
and child specialists. Analyzing them and talking to them because I think they're both out now. They're both living. I think they're both out. Maybe one of them went back to prison apparently, but they've got separate identities. And can you imagine having to live with that for the rest of your life out in the real world?
Well, I mean,
Like just psychologically.
can you imagine living next to that person? I mean, are you
Uh,
gonna trust the fact that they've changed or that they're not changed? Because I don't think it's like, a behavioral thing. I think you can change behavior. I don't think you can change that kind of stuff. I think you can maybe get fixed. I don't know. But would you trust that?
I think it'd be hard to, wouldn't it? It'd be hard
Yeah.
to. It's
I
just like
mean,
what occurred in those first 11, 12 years of their life to make that possible. And it's what is unique about it is for just one 12-year-old to decide to do that is incredible. But for two of them to both be capable of that, they just happen
and,
to be friends.
and to not have at least, immediately after to not have remorse. It's not like the next day one of them broke down thinking, "Oh my God, what did we just do?" and told their mom. They kept their mouth shut until they got found out, right? So
Is that right? Is that right? Is it? They didn't tell anyone.
I watched a documentary about it, and that's what it was. Is the police actually tracked them down by CCTV and
Ah,
clothes
right.
that they were wearing, and they put the pictures out, I guess, across your guys's TV and stuff, saying, "Hey, do you know this?" And it was grainy, but you could tell like the coat style or something. So it's not like one of them, had this pang of what did we just do? You know,
Mm.
I
Yeah.
remember when my son, um, he was, I don't know, he was 6 or 7, and he came in the house just crying one day, and I was like, "What?" He was throwing rocks for some I guess that's what you boys do for some reason, just throw rocks for no reason,
Yeah, we
and
love that.
he hit a squirrel, and the squirrel fell out of the tree, and he came running in, he was crying, he thought he killed the squirrel. We went out and looked, and the squirrel wasn't there, so I'm like, "Well, yeah, obviously you didn't kill it," but he was devastated at the
Yeah.
thought that he did this to the squirrel,
Yeah.
and you have these 2 boys who do something so horrific to another human, and they just get up and go to school the next day? I don't know. How does that happen?
I know, right?
It's
Imagine that was your child.
no,
Imagine finding out that was your child. What? How the hell would you? Well,
no.
I think we can all assume that there must have been incredibly neglectful parents for that to even be possible, right? Is that a fair assumption to make?
I think, um
Or does evil exist
well, that's the
prenatal, right?
nature versus nurture thing, right? So,
Exactly.
like, I think it was Dylan Klebold, I think it was his mom who has done, like, TED Talks and stuff like that, um, from the Columbine shooting. He was raised in a very normal, in an average, it wasn't, an abusive household. It wasn't, he wasn't subjected to a lot of things that, some of the lower income people are subjected to. He wasn't raised in a crime area, and he still did that. So I don't think that every time a child does something that you can point to the parents, but it does seem like a lot of times that is the case.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's obviously possible, I would imagine, for there not to be any blame on the parents, right? Because I think there's certain things that are just always going to be out with parents' control. They can't determine everything in the first kind of 12, 13 years, which you would imagine are the most important years in a human being's development, right? They can obviously do everything they can to give them the best chance to be a healthy, rational, uh, mentally healthy child, right?
Right.
But yeah,
But
that
sometimes it could just be a matter of supervision. And I'm not necessarily laying blame there either, but in some cases, if the parents, had been more supervising more, and I'm not saying any specific criminals at this point. I'm just saying that there have been stories out time where you can look back and say, well, maybe if you had paid a little more attention to who he was hanging around with, what he was doing when they were together, da 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 da, maybe it would have made a difference. Maybe it wouldn't have. Everybody has their own way of
mm,
parenting. Some are more hands off and giving children their privacy, da da da, da.
yeah,
And some are the helicopter parents. And
yeah,
I don't know if one's right or wrong. It seems like it's only becomes wrong if the kid does something, then you can point out
yeah,
all the mistakes, Monday morning quarterbacking. And
yeah,
but sometimes it's a clear case of the parents,
yeah, yeah.
the way that the child was raised, the things that they had gone through,
I think there was a case recently. Cameron the Chaos was telling me about a school shooter where the parents are in trouble as well because they bought him the gun.
Yeah,
They bought the gun
yeah,
and gave it to him. But the other point is they should have been aware of the signals. He was like he was doing things on social media or I can't remember, but the parents would have been aware of red flag behavior from him. So they're becoming culpable as well, right?
yeah. And to a certain degree, I agree with that. But what exactly, other than you find out that kids skinning cats and stuff like that in the neighborhood. You know, certain things online, yeah, obviously, if you're making threats or making comments or being really dark and talking about cutting people open and hanging their intestine, you know, stuff like that, those are clear cut signs of red flags, right? But odd behavior, things that we typically as average people would find disturbing, but not to the point to where, like I said, where they're talking about, you know, cutting humans open. But who decides what is a red flag other than the
Mm,
obvious? You know,
yeah.
for some people it could be, you know, and because I'm thinking about, like, you know, some people who are, and I use the word artist, and that could be anything, you know, people that write stories, people that, you know, do cartoons and stuff, you know, their imaginations are different than mine. They're clearly, they can go places that I can't go because I'm not a writer. So they may say things online, and is that a red flag, or is that just them expressing their imagination and their
Mm.
thing? Does that make
I know what you
sense?
mean. Yeah, it's kind of like how I guess it comes down to how well do the parents know them, right? I guess that's the key. You know, if they know them well enough, then they should determine if there's behavior that's changing for the worse, maybe, I guess, you know. It's such a gray area, you know. I mean, it's
Or right, that comes down to the parents again, though, like you said, the
yeah.
parents, you know, if, you know, I have one son where if he wrote some, and I don't wanna say dark in a bad way, but darker stuff, of course, that would catch my interest. Now, my daughter, who writes all kinds of stuff, she writes poems, she writes stories, she does, you know, painting. The same thing, if she were to do it, it wouldn't raise a red flag for me whatsoever, because
Mm.
that's, you know, what she does, and that's her
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
process and stuff.
Yes, that's I mean, there's a lot of artistic expression which is dark, right? I mean, we all like it's kind of interesting and stimulating sometimes to delve into the dark side of humanity, you know? There's nothing unhealthy about that,
Well,
you know?
unless you're 16 years old and you have access to an AK-47, then maybe there is something unhealthy about that. I don't know.
Yeah, and you have a rage against humanity, which is what I think the two Columbine kids
Yeah.
ended up being like. They just wanted to tear the world to pieces. You know, they were, I think they had become ostracized and isolated from peer groups and things, you know, and they just got focused into, you know, sort of amateur ideology, you know, and it ended
Yeah.
up in that situation. What is interesting about this as well is what runs counter to the trend that we were talking about of homicides going down
Yeah.
compared to the past. School shootings have gone up.
That's what I was
Why
going to
is that?
ask you, if you ever looked that statistic up.
I haven't looked it up, but it has to have gone up, right? In the last.
Well, I would have said murders went up too, but so because I've thought about that. So if, let's say, and I think you're probably Googling it right now, but let's say school shootings have gone up. So what is the difference between what kids went through in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s as opposed to now?
Yeah.
You know, being ostracized, not liking, you know, the feeling like the world is coming down on them, they're being judged, all this stuff. That's always happened. That, you know,
Mm.
just, you know, they talk about bullies and stuff. There were always bullies. What's the difference between then and now, and which causes different outcomes?
I think the blame, well, I don't know if it's fair to call it blame, but I think the reason I suspect again is down to media, because there's a slight infamous celebrity that comes with a school shooting, unfortunately, right? If a kid has gotten so low, right, that they are actually at the point of existential crisis, then rather than just fading away, they hate the world already. They hate their classmates. They hate their peer groups. They maybe can't get a girlfriend. They can't get any attention. They hate their parents. So at least I'll just go out in a blaze of glory and my name will be known, right? I will have left my mark. Um, And like Columbine was the first real school shooting, wasn't it? It was the first kind of big school shooting.
As far as I remember, I think that was. I mean, that's the
Right.
first one I remember.
Well, I mean, there was documentaries made about it, like really
Yeah,
successful
yeah,
documentaries.
yeah,
Bowling for Columbine, everyone was speaking about it.
yeah.
That's a notion of fame, right? It's maybe infamy, but it's still fame. So I think that feeds into a kid's corrupt mind if they happen to get to that stage. Like there's the trend there for school shootings. Well, mass shootings from
Mass.
1982 up to now.
Is that in the U.S.?
Yeah,
Okay.
mass shootings in the United States between 82 and 2022. So
So there were 12 in what year?
that was 2018, and it's gone down maybe due to COVID
Oh,
2021.
I'm not laughing, but I saw a TikTok video like that. It was this kid sitting in front of the laptop, and you can hear someone on the laptop say, "There's a man with the gun coming to the room." He shuts the laptop lid. It's like, okay, that's all you needed to do during COVID. There were no mass shootings because nobody was in a classroom.
Yeah,
So I mean that definitely, yeah, 2 for 2020 because nobody was in a classroom.
yeah, it helped for that start anyway.
Yeah, but see, even all these,
See, it was only like when was Columbine? That must have been 94. Was it that one there? Must have been.
um, no, it was after that.
Okay,
Was it 98? Maybe.
could be. Yeah. See, prior to that, it was always just like one or two, pretty much, and then it's obviously gone up and peaked just prior to COVID.
And that could be like you said, that wanting that infamy. And not all school shootings or even mass shootings have gotten that thing, but seeing what happened with the boys from Columbine, yeah, maybe that
Yeah,
caused, yeah.
they might make a documentary out of this, you know? You don't know
But
what goes
see,
on in these minds.
right, but the thing with me is I'm thinking, what's the point of having that if you're not around to
Well, they're
see?
all because they would probably tell you that they're already dead inside anyway, so it
Oh,
doesn't
that's
matter.
true.
I just want to
A-
say
April
sorry, guys.
99. April 99 is when it happened, it says.
Okay, yeah, so it's that one there, 5. I thought it was more than that. Yeah, I'm kind of behind in chat, guys. I'm terrible at keeping up with chat. But did you see there Helen saying that she knows the mother of that kid, that Jamie Bulger,
Yes.
and her friend's dad was the lead detective on the case. God.
See, and that's the other thing, for years and years, police officers, your first responders in general, you know, they had to live with a lot of the stuff that they saw. And even before it became a thing on the internet, they battled with that. Seeing that kind of stuff day in, day out, day in, day out. Granted, us watching it, it's not the same as having to deal with it. I mean, watching I'm going to be really graphic here. Watching somebody scoop up body parts off a highway is not the same as actually being the one scooping up the body parts off the highway. I get
Yeah.
that. But, we've seen what it does to these first responders. I think it would be, pretty asinine to assume that if we're digesting even half that much, at least to the level of the information that we're getting, that it can't be affecting us in one way or another, good or bad, or
Mm,
good and bad.
yeah, absolutely. I've just put the panel link into the chat if anyone would like to come up and discuss anything we're chatting about or anything that's on your mind. Happy to talk about anything.
Oh, Paul Bernardo and Carla. Yeah, they were sick. They probably still are.
I don't know much about those two.
They were Canadian. They were from Canada. They were serial killers. They would pick up girls, young girls, primarily, if I'm correct. Rape them, torture them, and then kill them. The trial, she basically said that he made her do these things, and one of them was her sister. And when I say rape, it wasn't just him doing the raping. She did it too. One of them was her sister.
Oh, this was the early 90s, late 80s, right? One of them was her sister.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, and she tried to blame him and see, like, Jen's the one talking about, so she probably knows more, but it's been a while since I've read anything about this, but she tried to, he made me, I was abused, blah, 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 blah. And then they had recorded a lot of these, of what they were doing. I don't think it was video recordings. I think it was like, tape recordings. And it was either in their house or it was her parents' house. When somebody was moving out, they found a whole box of these tapes, and they found the one with her sister, and you can hear her on it that clearly she was not being forced to rape and kill her sister. She was a participant, but she had already been tried. She couldn't be tried again for it.
Double jeopardy, right?
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Rosemary and Fred West case over here. They were a couple that picked up young females, young boys, and did similar things. It's horrific.
I don't know if I know. I mean, the name sounds familiar, but that doesn't mean I know anything about it.
Yeah, this is going back to the 80s, I think, over here.
But see, you guys never, even when trials are over, you guys still don't have the access to the same information that we have, right?
That's the thing, yeah. I mean, that's why you don't see many creators covering true crime from the UK, because there's just not the access. There's not, it's so sealed off from the public, so you can't really cover it too much in any depth.
Is Canada? I don't think Canada's the same way. Maybe they are. I don't know.
I've seen quite a few interrogations from Canada, but I can't recall ever seeing court cases. So I'm presuming that they don't show the footage of the actual trials, but I think they do release some of the interrogations.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever actually seen a trial, but I've seen the interrogations. Jeez. If there's a big case over here and the information isn't put out to the public almost immediately,
yeah,
people start screaming and hollering. It's kind of ridiculous, but
yeah.
But yeah, if you want your true crime fill, definitely American cases are the thing. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And even stuff that you shouldn't be getting, even long after the fact, you can do the freedom of information and get it.
Yeah. FOIA requests. Anyone can do that for any case, can't they? Just do a public request for the information.
Yeah. And so I know with that little boy, his autopsy was sealed. I've heard that his autopsy was sealed, that no one has access to that. How often is that a thing over there?
Jamie Bulger, was it?
Yeah.
I think that's probably almost always the situation, I would imagine. I'm not an expert on it.
I mean, over here, I mean, it does happen, but for the most part, A lot of times, you know, they're not sealed. Now, a lot of times the autopsy photos are, but
Mm,
again, because they use the word, you know, whether it's in the public interest. I personally, I don't think reading somebody's autopsy report is in anybody's public interest other than the family. But regardless, the pictures definitely aren't. So, if you wanted to, you can probably almost get the autopsy report on just about anybody if you wanted to.
mm. Oh,
Yeah, Jen says I can't recall ever watching a court trial from Canada.
yeah, that must be across the board then. Yeah, and yeah, genetic code's bringing up the Russell Williams interrogation. I remember
Oh,
reading that the court actually requested that that be made public.
is he the Air Force guy?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
one crazy guy or one crazy case. And the what's also fascinating is the interrogation itself is an absolute masterclass of how to do an interrogation in the right way. Um, he he performed to Russell. He knew who Russell was, and he performed in that way just for him. Because I've seen him in other interrogations where he's completely different, but he knew that because Russell was so respected in society, you know, he was really high up. I think um, he was pretty much the boss of that airbase, pretty much. You know, so
Hmm.
he played um, to Russell in so many ways and showed him respect and never pressured him. And he ended up getting a full, not just a confession, but a full confession. It was so interesting to watch.
Well, that's another thing, you know, interrogations. I think a lot of people just think, ah, they just go in, they start asking questions and they try to trap them, you know,
Mm,
with their questions and answers, but that's not the case. I mean, it's very methodical, you know, and there's several different techniques, but if you're just
mhm,
watching, you know, interrogations and you don't know anything about it, you're just watching,
mm.
you would never know that there's a technique to it, you know? And like I said,
Yeah.
there's several different techniques and, you know, that's why not every single police officer does interrogations because
Mm,
some are just better at it than others because it's not just sitting down and talking to somebody and trying to catch them in a lie. And it is
mm.
fascinating. I think it was Helen said that that's her favorite interrogation.
Yeah, mine too. Mine too. Do you know the channel, the Behavior Panel? They
Yes.
actually
Yes.
interviewed the interrogator, Jim Smith. That's interesting to watch.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, he flew the Queen, and I think there was another few dignitaries that he was flying about. He flew, I think he flew to Afghanistan maybe or Iraq, um, dropping off some of the military and
So,
things.
so because I didn't dive too deep into that particular. You know what? He actually that story reminds me a lot of the BTK killer. To tell you the truth,
Mm,
you know
mm,
these. Well, you know, being in the Air Force is definitely more distinguished than you know being a community patrol officer or whatever he was, where you know write people tickets for having too many cars in their yard or something. But you know, there's these men that people would have never guessed, and they are just sick all the way to their core. You know who the BTK is, right?
I do. He's the guy that stood up in court describing what he did, right?
Yeah, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
basically allocating, but you could, in my opinion, he was enjoying
Yeah.
reliving. It was kind of like that was his last chance to relive it other than in his own brain, you know, because once he goes to jail, he's not going to be, before he had pictures, he had, you know, tokens and he could relive it with himself. But once you go to jail, he doesn't have any of that. So all he has is the memories in his own brain because nobody else in jail wants to hear all that crap. So
Yeah.
he was enjoying that. He was really enjoying reliving every single detail of that.
Yeah, I do remember getting that impression. It was like a last sort of kick for him, wasn't it? A last kind
Yeah.
of buzz. He was kind of in. He was really being particular and taking his time, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I don't think any of them were expecting that. Yeah, to get up and, allocate and talk about, yes, I did this. Yes, I murdered this. I don't think any of them expected what came out of him.
Mm.
Any of it. I think it shocked all of them, probably even his lawyers too, because if they knew that he was going to do that, they probably would have advised him not to. So if you didn't think the guy was sick before then, in my opinion, if you watch that, you couldn't walk away with any other thought than
It's just, do you know what's crazy to think about people like him is the fact that it's like him and like Ted Bundy was like this as well. They just imagine how they went about their everyday life with the knowledge of what they had done many, many times, and just to be able to even sleep at night. Like how does a human being process what they're aware of? Because that they're not robots. They're not just like evil robots that, have no humanity within them at all. They must have had moments of regret and self-disgust, right? But they obviously were able to, you know, justify it somehow in some twisted way in their mind, like maybe they deserved it or I did them a favor or, you know, it's that's
I
mad.
don't I disagree. I think that there's a lot of them that don't have those moments of doubt or regret for different reasons. I mean, some of them, you know, um, like Jeffrey Dahmer, he talked a lot about, he didn't necessarily regret it because at the time it was his way of trying to keep them with him in his warped way of thinking it was a love thing, and some of them,
Mm,
the murders are because they don't see certain humans, especially the ones that go for, like the homeless people or the prostitutes. They don't see
yeah,
them on the same level. It's like the difference between, killing a bug and
mm,
killing a human for us. They don't see those people the same. So there is no regret. I mean, I don't feel guilty when I kill a bug. I don't
mm.
ever think about it again. And that's how they are. But for some of them, that don't even have like those separations, I don't know. Again, that's a part of their brain that I don't know
Yeah.
any other word to say, but they're broken.
Well, what you're describing is literally psychopathy, right?
Yeah,
Along with the most malignant type of narcissism that's possible, because both those definitions entail a complete lack of empathy, right?
right.
So
Yeah,
they're not capable of imagining what someone else feels, or they have no desire to find out either. But
right.
what I doubt is whether a psychopath is a psychopath 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year. I mean, I think it's more fluid than that. I imagine that they they're just a psychopath most of the time. Is my point,
Well,
right? I
are
think
are are you only empathetic some of the time? Or
huh,
or do you have the capability to empathize with someone all of the time? Doesn't mean you do it all the time, but do you have that capability all the time?
there's maybe moments there's maybe moments where I do lack empathy at times for other reasons. Because thing is as well, we're actually all people will hate me saying this, right? Because it's the kind of buzzword, right, that no one wants to be labeled as. But we're literally all a little bit narcissistic, right? We all have that within us. It's completely natural. So now and again, even if it's just for 1 hour out of a week, we can be a little bit narcissistic, right? Um, that's fine, right? It's just that there's a massive scale when it comes to narcissism, right? that is, and it gets really, really unhealthy at some stage where you just care about nothing other than your own satisfaction. I don't know. I just see it more fluid than that. I just imagine these serial killers having these moments of regret and um, horror at what they've done, but they manage to get over it. That's why they're psychopaths.
See, and I think by definition, they don't have those moments. That's I disagree. I don't think
All
they
the
have those
time, though.
moments. I
All the
do
time.
think that there may be certain circumstances, like Ted Bundy got married, right? There may be certain people that he has the capacity, and I don't even want to say empathy, but has the capacity to have an actual emotion for. But overall, just like what you said, you don't feel empathy for every single thing. Okay, you don't, but that doesn't mean that your empathy gets put in a box for that specific. It's
Mm,
situational, right?
mm,
And I think for psychopaths, it's the same thing. You're a psychopath. You're always a psychopath. I do think they do have the capabilities of maybe having some sort of emotions for some situation or some person, but I also believe that whatever their emotion is not the same as what ours is. What they would consider love, in my opinion, is not going to be the same thing, that the same way I consider love.
yeah,
Their
yeah.
idea of love is completely, like Jeffrey Dahmer, his idea of love completely different than ours.
He's the guy that literally consumed his
Yes,
victims, right? Because he
yes.
wanted to possess their traits or their what he liked about them. He wanted to literally devour it
And
and
he wanted to, with some of them, he said he wanted to keep them with him. He wanted to
mm,
keep them with him, and that was the way to do it. And, again, that in his mind, he's described that as a feeling of love, but we all know, and he even knows. I mean, some of the interviews with Jeffrey Dahmer were actually some of the most, for me, the most incredible ones. You watch ones from Ted
yeah.
Bundy, and you can tell he's clearly, playing for the interview. I felt Jeffrey Dahmer was he's just answering the questions. He's being as real as he possibly can. And, he describes that as being, a
Wow.
form of love, clearly not the same as how we do. So I do think, like, psychopaths can have certain feelings. They're just not the same that we feel. But I don't think that happens very often.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think you're right, probably. Lizzie is mentioning that she disagreed with how the behaviour panel covered the Madeleine McCann case. Um, and Helen was saying the same thing.
I
Uh,
actually haven't watched that one.
yeah, I've not either. But if you're still around, Lizzie, if you want to come up and talk about that, feel
Yeah.
free.
Yeah.
Like,
And JC
and
says, not all psychopaths are killers. That is true. That's very true. But and I've watched some interviews with, some psychopaths that are not killers. And that's where a lot of my opinion is based on, the things that they said. The ability to feel certain things for certain people or certain situations, they have that, but when they describe what it is, it's clearly not the same that the average person feels. Like I said, it's kind of like being colorblind. It's like, this is what they think love is, but when they describe it, I'm looking at it going, that's not really what love is, but that's what love is for them.
what
It's just a different feeling. It's a different emotion.
what was it Chris Watts googled that time? What does love feel like? Was that what he googled?
Oh,
Do you
I
remember?
don't remember that.
Yeah, he
But that would
actually.
make sense. I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist, nothing like that. But, everybody runs around saying, how he's a narcissist. And I don't know. I mean, first off, I think that word is way overused most of the time. But I definitely think he was he's a psychopath. I do think he had the lack of everything. And yeah, I haven't watched all the home videos of hers or anything, but the ones that I've seen, and granted, these are only little snippets of a person's entire life, so I don't think you can judge off of that. But he does seem like he's faking it. He's projecting what he thinks, what emotion he thinks should be projected at that moment. So, oh, I'm supposed to look happy, so I'm going to look happy.
Yeah.
And he failed a lot of the times, like the interview when he first reported that they were missing, did that interview on his porch. It looked like he was trying to look like he thought how he was supposed to feel, but he clearly wasn't feeling it, but he sucked at it. He didn't succeed at all at looking like he was worried or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, the tells that were all over his face and his body language in that interview, it was off the scale. I think everyone knew he was guilty when they seen that interview.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think he really thought he was doing good. I think he really
He
thought
did,
he's
yeah,
going to
because
be convincing people.
yeah, he had these like I don't put too much stock into things like you know how there's a lot of people that are experts on body language, and it's a genuine skill, right? But I think you got to be careful with it, and you've got to have so many other things in context with it, and you've got to look at a lot of interviews and things to make any good conclusions. But there's moments in that interview where he's doing the classic duper's delight, where there's these flashes of this kind of smile that comes across his face because he thinks he's done well in that particular moment. They're there to see.
Yeah, very, very, very. Like I said, I mean, I'm not even, I wouldn't even say I'm a YouTube professional in any of that stuff, but that was obvious. And I don't think, I've seen interviews with certain parents who seem very stoic and seem very non-emotional, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're guilty of anything, and so like the people that do the body language things, that's the one thing, because I've actually been watching more of those videos lately since the Amber Heard thing. It's really interesting. The first thing, and the thing that they say continuously through all of the video, is you can't just look at these specific markers and the whole look down and to the left means they're lying, right? You have to take in the base, what their baseline is first. You can't just look at one interview of one person and determine that they're lying because they do these certain tells, because those could be their tells. I mean, and I was thinking about that, like, I'm one of those people, like, I cross my arms a lot. Does that mean that I'm closed off and I'm hiding something? No, that's just something that I do regularly.
What are you hiding, Shirl? What are you hiding?
Right. So that's what they say, that's where it can get dangerous, because these YouTube investigators, they watch these interviews with these people online. They're like, oh, did you see his eyes fluttered? That means that he's holding back a lie, and then and it kind of becomes ridiculous. But yeah, it's completely fascinating. But Chris Watts, you don't have to be a non-expert or an expert. I mean, it was even
like
if you're not
teenager.
even if you're not picking up on the micro little things, just the fact that he really looked like he was believing that he was convincing, but it seems so much like acting. There was not a feeling, again, like Amber Heard, it didn't feel genuine whatsoever at all.
Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, it was like watching a teenager who was caught stealing crisps from the cupboard, and his parents are like asking him questions. It was that obvious that he was lying.
Right.
And the same with Amber Heard. I mean, that just blew my mind to see her on the stand. Her attempt at acting these emotions. It was just so transparent, and I was so worried um, that Johnny Depp wasn't going to win that case, because it was quite a high bar that they set, from that article, and I was so delighted that he won, and I was pleasantly surprised, because she is one monster.
Yeah, and and to this day, she's been doing an interview with Savannah Guthrie And
I
they've been
heard that.
showing it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't see
they've
it
been
though.
showing it on the morning news the past few days, but tonight on Dateline's supposed to be the whole interview. She clearly, and again, this goes to, I don't know. Everybody used the word narcissist and everything. I don't know. Maybe she falls more in the class of a psychopath, with her lack of everything. She has, even to the point of lack of self-awareness. She really does think she was convincing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I've never actually even seen a movie that she's in, I don't think.
No one has.
Right.
No one.
I thought somebody said she was in Zombieland. Now I've watched Zombieland, but I don't know. I don't remember her. So I don't really know what her actual acting looks like. But if it looks like that, how did she get into a big movie like Jason Momoa? That's my question.
Yeah.
Because what was on, and yeah, it was terrible. I have so much to say, and I like, oh my God, it was terrible. And the fact that she couldn't recognize that, or
Yeah.
the fact that her lawyers couldn't recognize
Yeah.
that. I can't believe her lawyers didn't. What I
I know.
believe is her lawyers probably had a lot of come to Jesus meetings with her, but she's so mentally deranged that her lawyers were her lawyers, but she was the one running her trial.
She was the
She's
boss.
going to decide.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And we saw that. We saw how many times she was constantly writing on those little sticky notes and handing them to her lawyers all over the place, Yeah, I'm sure that they told her this isn't working. Don't do this. Don't do this. And she didn't listen to them because she knows better. She knows everything. And that's what she went with. And, it well, it was definitely something interesting to watch for a few weeks. I'll tell you
Oh
that.
wow, it was. I never thought I would say this sentence, right? But she was actually worse than Jodi Arias on the stand. That's how bad she was. I mean,
I
she did.
haven't watched a lot of the Jodi Arias, but I have watched part of it, and from what I've seen, yes, I would agree. I would agree.
She had the same game, Jodi Arias. I'm not saying that Amber copied her, obviously, right? But they just happened to be quite similar in a combination of such supernova arrogance and vindictiveness, to have those two things combined.
Yeah, and I know the Jodi Arias is definitely a big case discussed a lot. I know of it. I don't know all the details of it, but the Amber. So what I take from Amber is that she's used to telling people something, and she doesn't care if they believe her or not. They're going to respond to it. Kind of. If you don't believe her and you question her, you get the wrath of her in whatever way that is. I mean, we saw what happened with Johnny, where they talked a lot about what her sister and one of her friends and her ex-girlfriend or wife, maybe. I can't remember if it was a wife at the time. And I can see, like, in the real world, if she tells you something and you question her, she's just going to berate you until you back down and they go, okay, fine, whatever,
Yeah.
So she's not used to having to continually explain herself. And I think that's where it started to fall apart, because she said these lies and then she was confronted with the lies and she had to think of a different way to say it, because, she's on the stand. She can't just scream at them and say, shut up, I'm not answering you, go away, blah, blah, blah. That's where I think she's not used to it, because I don't think she's used to people questioning her because of her behavior.
She's clearly used to getting her own way,
Yes.
right, in life.
Yes. And Johnny was probably part of that, at least from some of the video or the things that they played. I'm not blaming him, but at least not the abuse at all, because that nobody deserves that. But it's kind of the part of it was kind of the monster he created. I think he let her get away with some of her behavior a lot just because of his nature. His nature was to not be confrontational, not you know, I don't want to say stir the pot, because when you're married and your spouse does something that upsets you, it's not really stirring the pot. But I think they talked about that's how he dealt with the abuse growing up, was to just back away and
remove himself. Yeah.
Right. So by him doing that time and time again, that gave her more validation that her screaming and her temper tantrums and her whatever was working. And then it just probably escalated, you know?
Yeah. I think probably the fact that he wasn't as confrontational with her probably made it worse for her. It kind of angered her even more, perhaps, you know? She probably
Well, we heard
wanted
that.
him.
We
Yeah.
heard that when he tried to leave, and she was, you know, infuriated. Well, a couple times. There was one where he was going to spend time with his kids and she wanted him to stay and finish having this argument. And,
Yeah.
you know, there were several times like that. You know, some people are very much triggered by that.
I
You
see.
know, somebody shutting down on them.
And then I think what happened is when she finally realized for certain that Johnny was gone, like not just physically, but mentally gone from the relationship, I don't think she wanted that to happen. I think she was still madly in love with the guy because
Yeah.
I think she fell in love with the image of Johnny Depp that we all have, you know, just
Mm-hmm.
this cool guy. We've all seen him in these movies. He's arty, he's interesting, he's got charisma. She just wasn't prepared for the real Johnny, who's a little bit troubled, right? He's just a human being and he has his own issues, to be fair, right? Substance
Right.
abuse and alcohol, those are real problems that he has. But the
Yep.
difference is he's a good guy. I think everyone can see that, right? From the trial. He's a good guy that has struggled through his issues. She just wasn't prepared to accept him for good and worse. She only wanted the poster of Johnny Depp on her shoulder, you know, down the red carpet. She wasn't prepared for the real Johnny Depp. And she maybe realizes that now, because I think she's still in love with the guy. I
She
get
did
that
say,
sense.
she said in the interview with
Did
Savannah
you?
that she does still love him. Yes.
See, I'm not surprised to hear that. I got that sense.
I'm not either. I mean, throughout the whole trial, in my opinion, you know, even writing that, I think it's like you said. I think when she realized that he was gone, not just physically, but he was done, it enraged her, and she wanted to lash out and hurt him as bad as she was feeling hurt at that moment. And of course, she can't do it, you know, any other way but to publicly humiliate him, and that's why I think she did what she did. Yeah, and another thing, everything that she has talked about him since the verdict is talking about, like, the jurors were swayed because, you know, of Johnny Depp. She made a comment, and I'm talking about the interview with Savannah because I've watched a few of them that have been on YouTube before the full thing's released tonight, is that when she was up on the stand, she looked out and there was, you know, the courtroom was full of Captain Jack Sparrow fans. I mean,
Yeah.
every time she references him as this larger than life, loved and beloved actor. And
Mm,
I think that's how she sees it. Like you said, that's how she saw him, and that's what she wanted. And when,
mm,
you know, they got together, you realize that's not even a real thing. I mean,
yeah.
he's a human with flaws, some of them serious flaws.
Yeah.
But she didn't want that. She wanted that larger than life thing.
Yeah.
And
And that just speaks towards her shallowness, you know? She wanted the poster version of Johnny. She
yeah.
just wanted the surface Johnny, you
Well, you
know?
know, because in a lot of his movies, he's quirky, he's weird, or he's badass, but he's funny, you know, and he may be all those things, you know. We watched a trial, but you know, we've seen things he does, but his personality that he displayed during the trial, or even in some, you know, interviews, are nothing like any of the characters I've ever seen him play. So us being normal people, we would know if we're going to meet
Mhm.
Johnny Depp, we're not meeting Captain Jack Sparrow. We know that. right? We don't expect that.
Mm.
But something in her brain did. And
Mm.
but again, I don't think it wasn't just Johnny. You know, she's had a history of abuse, and that's been
I
documented.
heard that. Yeah, I heard that. And there's zero history of any issues in Johnny's past, is there? Of any
Right. So,
domestic violence. Zero.
so one of the on one of the interview snippets last night. So my friend and I, we were talking about this. Like, okay, she's had several allegations. She's like 38 or something. She's had several allegations throughout her life of being violent towards people, whether it be verbal or physical. He's 58, and nobody can actually come out of the woodwork and say, yeah, so one time in high school, you know, nothing. At 58 years old, apparently at 54, he just decided he's going to start becoming an abusive partner, right? Even though he's dated a lot of friggin', I didn't even realize how many women that guy's dated. He's dated a lot. But he waited for Amber to come along to be abusive towards her. But what she says in the interview, because Savannah brings that up, and she says, nobody has ever come forward and accused him of anything close to what you did. And she says, yeah, and look what happened to me. Do you wonder why? And it's like, oh, for crying out loud. You've only been a part of this man's life for like 6 years. What about the 30 years before that? What about all those women? You know, she definitely is martyring herself right now in that interview too, by the way, if you get to watch
That's
it.
what I heard. Yeah, I was listening to a little bit of Jules of Thought. She was mentioning the interview. As I say, I've not seen it yet, but the kind of narrative that was kind of obvious from what I was hearing is that she's not gonna be just letting this lie, right? She's gonna continue.
Nope. And coming from somebody who got on the stand with her fake curled lips and all that other stuff saying, I just want to move on with my life. She's not acting like somebody that wants to move on with her life. Not one single bit. You know, when they say that she's going to appeal, I get that, because for almost every, especially civil, you're going to appeal. Okay, but to go around doing this, you know, this interview circuit, first it started off with her lawyer the next morning, and then her now doing this. My first ex-husband, I wanted him to go away. I didn't want to talk to him, didn't want to talk about him, nothing. And I tell you, that's exactly what happened. I mean, I didn't talk about him, even still having all the anger.
Yeah.
I wanted it to just stop and go away. I don't ever want to think about you again. Yeah. She's not acting that way whatsoever. Not at all.
Jerry and Kate.
Details.
Sorry about
that. Oh, is that the one from the
Yeah, this is the one that didn't get copyright struck when I was doing that live the other day, so I think I'm safe to play that one. Just with Liz bringing up the McCann stuff and the body language, I thought we might just watch this interview, because it's actually the very first interview that they did, the McCann parents. And I've obviously watched it a few times, and I just had a few little clips of it, I think, on the live I did with Lizzie, but I thought it might be interesting to just go through the whole thing, just because we're talking about this kind of thing, you know, body language and things like that, and the indications of guilt. Oh, hey, Melanie, how are you? Not seen you for a while.
I see Lizzie said that she didn't really like Johnny Depp before, but she does now.
There you go. I think everyone
well, you know,
warmed to Johnny.
The psychology of that, I wonder if that falls into, I mean, first off, I'll admit, the way that he testified on the stand sometimes was actually really kind of aggravating, you know, talking really, really slow and seeming to have to search for a lot of words. It was, you know, I just want to go, just spit it out. But it seemed pretty raw. I mean, he didn't shy away from his faults at all. You could tell sometimes, in my opinion, he looked kind of, you know, embarrassed. Yeah. But he didn't, he admitted it. And the one line that I think, you know, just basically summed it up is, you know, he said, yeah, the only person he has ever abused with his drugs and alcohol is himself, and he admits that, and
Yeah.
that's kind of a true human thing,
Yeah.
he had the embarrassment, he had the shame, he had all of it, but he answered it because,
Mm.
why lie about it? Why hide it? I don't know. She chose to take the other route and it didn't work out very well. And I do
See,
know that Diana asks her that too about, why she didn't take responsibility for anything in their relationship. Because she didn't. She did she never took responsibility for anything.
really, because I didn't watch the whole thing. I found it a bit too hard to watch, but I seen enough of it. That she never took any responsibility at
Nope.
all for anything, no?
Nope. In fact, even when she's asked that now, she said she never instigated a thing. All she did was react. And Samantha's like, but we heard you. We heard you
Yeah.
on tape saying that you started that fight. And she comes up with some cock and bull story about, like, you're only hearing a snippet of a maybe 2 or 3 hour conversation. How can you be judged on that? And I'm thinking, well, because they're your words. That's how you're judged on
Yeah, and there was enough of them. There was enough of the clips, and
right?
it's so obvious as well that she just had this inclination and habit of trying to belittle him. Like,
Yeah.
can you, it's hard to fathom like how anyone would want or think that they could belittle someone like Johnny Depp, right? He's like a hero to so many people, right? He's a mega star, and but she was trying to belittle him for his age a lot of the time and his manliness,
Well, I mean,
trying to
that's
put
the
him down
thing.
that way.
This is the person you chose to marry. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that this is the person you wanted to spend your life with.
Yeah.
Why would you want to make them less than, or make them feel like less than something, other than you're an abuser? Because that's what abusers do. The average person who just fights a lot with their spouse, they don't do that. They don't try to make them feel less than what they are. Only abusers do that. And I think that's what kind of came through pretty loud and clear, was that, you wouldn't do that unless you're an abuser. Um,
Yeah.
Again, it could just go to a control thing. She could not, it didn't seem like she could control him. He
Mm.
wouldn't engage the way she wanted to. I think she wanted to argue and he wouldn't engage with it, but he would just pull away. She still didn't have control over what he thought. And that's what I
Hmm.
think she wanted. She wanted him to think, the whole gaslighting thing. It's
Mhm.
your fault. You made me hit you. You made me do this. And he never came out and said, you're right. It is my fault. And I think that enraged her.
There was one line that he said that was so profound. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was from one of the clips. He said something like, and I really felt it, I could relate to what he said. It was something like, I never knew you, or you don't exist
Mm-hmm.
anymore. Something like that. Basically,
Mm-hmm.
just outlining the fact that the woman that he fell in love with, that he thought she was, he realized that she was a ghost. Like,
Yeah.
this monster was in her place, and I think that was him verbalizing him ending the connection, you know. It was really a really profound moment. I could hear it in his voice,
Yeah.
the weight of it. It was like it was more just such disappointment that was coming from his voice as well. It wasn't anger, it wasn't bitterness, it was just overwhelming disappointment, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of TikToks out there with that saying. It's something like, you were just a made up thing in my head. And I think anybody that's ever been in a relationship with somebody that maybe not physically abusive, but definitely emotionally or mentally abusive can relate to that. Like,
Yeah, because
it hits you differently because I mean, I can say the same. I can say that, in hindsight, looking back, I made, you know, the person that I was in the relationship with, I'm the one that made him larger than life. I'm the one that made him out to be something that he was. And of course, he portrayed that in the beginning, but even when he started to show his real self,
Mhm.
I kept going with this fake, he's
Mm.
this person, and it took a very long time for me to he's not. I was lied to, but I held on to that lie. So for me, that's, I took that on myself. So the same as you, him
Yeah.
saying that, it definitely hit. It hit a mark when I
Yeah.
heard
I think
that.
that's why so many people, not just because it's Johnny Depp and not just because it was such a high profile case, I think a lot of people related to the kind of psychology of it. I think that's why they got so invested because we all recognize certain aspects of it, from our own lives. Don't you think?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I think a lot of people have been in some sort of relationship where there's been some sort of power struggle. I don't even want to say abuse because it's not always abuse, but some sort of power struggle. And because of that, there's a lot of pain and a lot of hurt inflicted on someone. And yeah, I think even if you can't relate completely to Johnny Depp, I think there were probably some things that were said that most people could relate to it from a prior
Yeah.
relationship,
Yeah.
of
And just what you were saying there about the kind of beginnings of a relationship, it's interesting, right? Because I think we all across the board universally do this, right? We project the image of who we want the other person to be. Right? We're hoping that they are that kind of person, right? It
right.
happens subconsciously. We obviously like the other person for real reasons, but we put them on a pedestal. Everyone does that at the beginning of a relationship. It's completely natural. And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, they fall way too short of that. Luckily, in other situations, they kind of live up to that image that you have of them. Um, and you can feel him referring to that, when he was that quote you just gave me of Johnny saying, "You were just a made up thing in my head." He's remembering who he hoped that she was in the beginning, and she fell drastically short of that
Yeah.
image.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not so much that you put a projection out there that what you want this person to be. It is what they portray. They portray that they are this person. That's the person you fell in love with. That's the person you thought you were going to spend your life with. But throughout time, and it's a cliche saying, but the mask slips. You start to see
Yeah,
the real them. But sometimes you're so embedded and you are
mm,
in love with, at least with the person that you thought you were, that you start making excuses, and you make
yeah,
excuses, and you think that things will change, that that person isn't the real person. That's
yeah,
just something that person's going through, and once they get through whatever they're dealing with, they'll go back to the person that I know. And it takes usually a very long time or a lot of bad things to happen before you
yeah.
realize
You
that.
get the message.
Yeah, yeah, basically, but sometimes, you do it yourself, but sometimes it's done to you. You're just
Oh,
not,
you're
but
right.
you're not able to let go of it
Yeah, yeah,
because, you
yeah,
know,
yeah. You're absolutely right. Yeah, it's a bit of both, right? It's a little bit of you hoping that they are this person they're presenting to you, and you maybe add on a little bit more in hope, right?
yeah,
But yeah, everyone love bombs the other person to a certain extent to begin with, right? That's natural to some regard.
yep,
Obviously love bombing can get crazy, right? If it's done for a nefarious reason.
yes,
But we all willingly do that in the beginning. So, like you say, it's not just what you project, it's what they are advertising themselves to be, you know? I literally watched the poop scoop. I thought for sure that was a rumor. Was it definitely her that did that, was it?
I think during the trial, I could be wrong, but I think she never actually addressed it. But there was testimony from other people who said that she told him it was a joke or something. And
Yeah, it didn't look like yeah, she left a message as well, I think, that kind of made it look like it was her.
yeah, I see it again. I mean, we laugh about it, but in reality, if somebody that you love and you're married to did something like that to you because they were mad at you, that's a whole level of WTF that I don't even know. Like,
Yeah, I would rather they just smashed up something rather than
right.
doing that, you know? It's just the image that you'd have in your head.
But
It's
yeah, because that's not a normal thing. That's
no,
not a normal thing for an angry spouse to do to another angry spouse. Like you said, slamming stuff up. Oh, what? I'm gonna accidentally break his favorite cup. I'm gonna, but that's
that,
something else.
it's a whole, yeah, that's a whole other level of something. I don't even know how to describe it.
I know. I know.
Like Judge Judy says, the courting process is as good as it's gonna get. Well, it's part of the human condition to deny that that's the case in the beginning, right? We all want the fairy tale. Yeah, Amber said it was one of the dogs, but
Yeah.
she told one
Yeah.
of Johnny's security team it was a joke.
Yeah.
Joke
I
gone.
found one of those clips.
Oh, sweet.
It's really short about what he was saying about the he
Yeah, yeah.
never existed thing. All right, let me share it really quick. All of a sudden I forgot how to do this. Yes, Lizzie, I'm going to check the little box. Check the little box.
John Mayer did it also when he was dating Jessica Simpson. Who's John Mayer?
He's a singer. He
Oh,
did? See, that's not normal behavior. That's not picking up dog poop to make your significant other who you're pissed off at do it or run over it with the lawnmower. Maybe, but not that. That's not.
I don't know if I want to ask this question, right? I don't know if we want to know the answer to this, right? But did it was on the bed, right? That apparently she laid this present. Did she put the covers back over it, hoping that he would like climb into bed,
Oh, I
or
don't know.
or did
I
she
don't
want,
know.
or did she leave it to be presented for him?
I don't know.
Wow.
You're right. Let's not think about that
Let's not
because
think about it.
that might be a little too much. All right, I shared that.
Okay.
Years, but you know what? You didn't exist. You don't exist. You're not there. I loved you for so many fucking years, but you know what? You didn't exist. You don't exist. You're not there. You're not there. You were a fucking made up thing in my head. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I loved you for so many fucking.
Wow. You can just feel the power in his voice. It's not just the words. The words are so profound, but just his actual voice, you know, the tone of his voice. He loved her. You can hear that, right?
Yeah.
He did love her.
Yeah. You know, my daughter sent me that little clip, and I said, I had already seen it, and I was like, the weird thing is I remember saying almost the exact same thing. Almost the exact
Wow.
same thing. I think mine had a few more F words in it, but
Few F-bombs.
yeah, yeah. And there's a part in there where he starts to say, you were a made up thing in my head. And then he stops and he says, I can't believe you're doing this to me. And I told her, I said, in my scenario right there where he stopped, what I said was, and I fucking hate you for letting me think that. That's what I said. And so when he does that, and my first thought was, I wonder if that's what he was going to say. Cause that's what I said. Cause I was really pissed off. Like, you knew that I believed in something that didn't exist and you fucking let me believe it. And I was really angry. So, yeah, so like I said, I mean, throughout that trial, there's a lot of things that I think almost most people can relate to certain things,
Yeah.
from past relationships. But on a big scale, I think
Mhm.
it's great because I don't know. I mean, I think most people, well, I can't even say most people. I don't know. I've known men who have been in abusive relationships.
Mhm.
And no, it's never been man up. Just man up, you know? That's the thing. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Men are abused very frequently, you know, and you even hear something like, you know, well, yeah, she hit him, but he's a 200-pound guy. She's 110. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know, if a husband just slaps a wife, he doesn't knock her down. He doesn't leave a bruise, but he slaps her. It's not hard. It may not necessarily hurt her, but it's still abuse, right? So
Yeah.
if
It's
a
still going
woman
to do
hits a man,
psychological damage.
yeah, if she hits a man, regardless of whether she's little, he's big, whether it hurt him or not, it's still abuse. Anytime you put your hands on somebody, regardless of what, you know, whether you left a bruise or you hurt them or how big you are, it's still abuse. But our culture hasn't caught up to that yet. And I really, really hope that this trial helped that. You know, there are people who are saying, you know, that this set back the Me Too movement and, you know, everything's going to be changed now. And all I can say is, first off, not the Me Too movement. No, because the Me Too movement isn't just about women. If the Me Too movement really is about people that, you know, get punished for speaking out and da 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 da, he's part of that, you know. And I really do hope things change. I hope men start to come out and speak more about the abuse.
Yes. You can't have an ethical sort of movement that's that is gender based. That's just not, that doesn't work. You know, it has to be across the board. And just like you say, regardless of the gender, you know, if it, any kind of physical contact like that, any kind of physical violence is wrong regardless. And are you listening, Will Smith?
Right? Yeah.
How to destroy a reputation and your dignity in one moment live in front of millions and millions of people. That slap is still reverberating around the globe.
Yes.
What a bad move.
Yes. You know, and I think everybody's lost their temper before. But that's not, you didn't lose your, he sat there, he thought
Laughing
about it.
along. He laughed
And the
along at
whole
the
time
beginning.
walking up there, he had enough time to think, okay, this is no, I'm not doing this on TV. I'm not doing this here. He could have turned around. He didn't. It's like something possessed his brain. And in my opinion, considering what was being said, was not worth what his anger for that.
There was something deep going on there. The way that there was obviously something in the look that she gave him. And in that moment, I think there was something that he was aware of that she was communicating with that look towards him that stripped his kind of his pride in some manner, and he had to take it out on what's the comedian's name again?
Chris Rock.
Chris Rock. He had to try and take it out on him to salvage his pride to her. It was really weird, really strange to see that play out in just a few minutes.
And there's people that have speculated, I don't know, you know, yes, like you said, something she said to him, that her look was, to me, it's a look, right? To you, it's a look. To him, it had something else. And what some people speculate, you know, her being a lot like Amber Heard, possibly. And that look is something that he has seen before. And the repercussions of not reacting to that look has been very detrimental to him in the past. So once he got home, the tirade begins, the hitting, the slapping, the, you know, all of that. So he knew that he better do something with that look. That's what some people are speculating. I don't know. I just want to say, Broken Justice, I'm really sorry.
I was just reading that there, yeah. We've actually, like myself and Broken Justice were in exchanging a few comments under one of my videos the other day. So sorry to hear that. We're thinking about doing a live covering the Sarah Boone case that I covered a while back that I'm fascinated by. Have you heard of that case, Shirl?
No.
Wow, it's
Sarah Boone?
yeah, that's a crazy one.
Is it from over there?
No, it's over there down in Florida. Basically, it was a couple in their early 40s that they were kind of going through a hard time in life. There's a bit too much alcohol, maybe some substance abuse, a little bit domestic violence now and again. It seems to have been quite a volatile relationship. But anyway, one night they were, as they would often do, they're having a few bottles of wine together, and apparently they had this game that they'd always play, hide and seek, and they would hide in different places in the apartment and things. Well, this night, they apparently both decided it would be funny for him to go into the suitcase and for her to zip up the suitcase. And she zips it up the whole way, and she's taken footage of him in the suitcase. He's obviously been in there for too long, and he's starting to struggle to breathe, and he's screaming out for her to let him out.
Oh,
I can't
Jesus.
breathe, I can't breathe. And she starts goading him on the video that she's taken, like, fuck you, this is what you get for what you put me through, this is how it feels. And you can hear on the footage that she's absolutely hammered, right?
Jesus.
So then, like 5-10 minutes later, she goes upstairs and just completely conks out. And apparently, she wakes up in the morning, wonders where he is. Sounds like it's been a blackout for her, and she can't find him anywhere. And then she opens up the suitcase, and he's obviously dead in the suitcase. Horrific, right?
Yeah.
But
Yes.
so she's obviously culpable, right? But the big question is, how culpable is she? Because she's been charged with second-degree murder, but I think it should be manslaughter. But you would have to watch the interrogation and see all the
Right.
details to have an opinion. It's just I can't wait for this one to go to trial. Because I'll be interested to see how the defense go about it.
I know nothing about it, so I'll
Yeah.
say something which is going to be completely uneducated because I know nothing about it. But if they have video and clearly she's drunk that bad, right?
Yeah.
This is going to sound, and not that I agree. I don't agree with manslaughter for drunk driving. I don't agree because, anyways, that's another story. But wouldn't it be kind of like the same thing as drunk driving? She did something clearly stupid, but not with the intent, just like a drunk driver. You drink, you get in your car, you're not intending to kill somebody, but you know the possibilities there.
Yeah.
But you know that in your sober mind, not in your drunk mind. And you get in your car and you kill someone. You normally get manslaughter for that. Her putting him in the suitcase, she could see that he couldn't really breathe, but in her drunk state, she's not putting two together. So wouldn't it kind of be the same thing as drunk driving, which is manslaughter?
That's how I see it, yeah, because I don't believe that she intended for him to die. I mean, what is bad for her is how incredibly selfish and narcissistic she comes across in the interrogation, right? Like, it almost feels like she's more embarrassed about the interrogators knowing about her alcohol problem than she is devastated at his death. That's what I mean, you can see it. The interrogators are just disgusted with her because they started to play the footage in front of her. She had clearly forgotten that she had taken the video footage. So she's sitting there in the interrogation room watching it for the first time, and she just doesn't want to watch it. It's bizarre. And she doesn't do herself any favors, obviously. But even regardless of that, right, it's still manslaughter to me. I just don't believe it's all about the intention. The intention wasn't there.
Right. I'm reading like Melanie's, because like I said, I don't know anything about. She's saying
Yeah.
disregard for human life in a hateful manner by accident doesn't matter. That's second degree. Okay, so first off, let me just go back and say I personally believe drunk driving should not be manslaughter. It should not. You can't make that decision. Well, no, you can, but you're obviously not going to make a rational decision if you're that drunk to get behind a wheel. But you made the decision to drink, knowing that you were probably going to drive. You just maybe didn't expect it. I always thought drunk driving should be second degree in the first place. So if that's the case, then I agree this person should be second degree also. But as the laws are now, maybe it wouldn't be second degree. It would be the same as manslaughter. I'm going to have to look this up. So, but going back to what you were saying, if she seemed more embarrassed about them knowing about her drinking other than feeling remorse that he's dead.
Mm-hmm. That's how it came across to me. Yeah.
Right. Okay. But that has nothing to do with whether, whether
Exactly,
she's guilty
right?
of murder or not. It's
Yeah.
kind of like when I just watched this other Dateline that I recorded the other night where this police officer husband, they accuse him of killing his wife. Well, he had like 5 girlfriends at the time she died, but in the lifespan of their marriage was in double digits, right? I mean, he was clearly a terrible husband and probably not even a good person, but he's not on trial for that. Just like she's not on trial for her lack of remorse. Lack of remorse does not actually always equal intent.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can't. I mean, the jury are not going to like her, but if it's a good jury, they have to put that to the side. They have to. Genetic code. Yeah, I covered the interrogation on my own channel. There's a lot of commentary on it. If you just want to watch the interrogation on its own entirely, if you check out Deep Dive Crime, the channel's called. It used to be Mentor Lawyer. It's on there.
So you have another channel called Deep Dive?
No, it's just another. It's someone else, another creator called.
Oh.
He's an actual lawyer, and he's got his own channel. He used to go by the name Mentor Lawyer, but he changed the name to Deep Dive Crime, I think it's called. It's on there. Melanie, are you talking about that she wasn't drunk when she took the footage? You can't mean that, can you? She was plastered. You know that, don't you? Unless you're talking about something else, or I may have missed it.
So it's called Deep Dive Crime.
So.
Mentor Lawyer. So that's got to be him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I put that link in your chat?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, well, never mind. Carrie already got Carrie's the link queen.
Carrie is so on the ball.
She's on the ball. Okay. Yeah, I'll watch that because I've never even heard of this.
I would, yeah, you'll be. What's interesting about it is whether you notice yourself starting to have sympathy for her, even in spite of the fact that you're horrified at how she's behaving. It's a strange thing to kind of, because that's what happened with me. I just couldn't believe how cold she was. But something about it, something about her, led me to have some sympathy for her.
Well, so not knowing what I'm talking about, she had video of him saying, help me, I can't breathe, or whatever, and she's videotaping it, and you say that she's drunk.
Yeah.
Right there, regardless of the alcohol, wouldn't.
Melanie, she was hammered. She was hammered drunk.
Yeah, but how drunk would you have to be to not render aid to somebody?
Well, her story is that she didn't. What she said was that she didn't know that he wasn't able to get out. That it wasn't. She didn't realize it was zipped up the whole way.
But if he's yelling and screaming, I don't know. I
right?
haven't seen the video, but if he's struggling, clearly there's a thing, right? How could she not know? Because if he could get out, he would get out, right?
Well, that's the point. Yeah, I mean, but if you listen to her, I think, like, I disagree with Melanie, obviously, right? I think she was on the verge of comatose, right? She was that drunk. She was diving down into that space that we call a blackout, right? I don't think she had any recollection of that in the morning. That's just how I perceive it, right?
Okay, but she had enough wherewithal to actually use her phone, to unlock her
True,
phone, open up the
true.
app, hit record, hold the camera. If that's
Hmm.
the case, she should have been aware enough to know that regardless if I think, oh, you can get out of there, and then you wait a second, you realize he's not getting fine, I'll unzip it for you. But she didn't. So why is that? I mean, maybe there was some underlying thing, like she was angry at him and she wanted
Oh,
to make him
this is
suffer or something.
what
I don't know.
you're exactly right. This is what I was saying when I was going through this, right? What her intention was to be cruel to him. She was trying to make him uncomfortable and punish him, right? That's definitely true. But she just didn't intend for him to suffocate to death, right? That's the distinction. And I've just realised Melanie was being sarcastic, right? Because when she was saying, but she wasn't drunk. That was what she was saying in the interrogation. Because, as I say, she seemed to be more embarrassed about her issue with alcohol, right? So she kind of dug herself her own hole by telling them that she wasn't that drunk. So then they show her the video. So if you're saying you weren't drunk, then explain this. And then she realized that she had to admit that she was drunk,
Okay.
you know?
So every state in the United States has different levels to prove the degrees.
Yeah.
So what you need to have to prove second degree in Alaska is different than some other states and da da da. So I just Googled Florida, and what Florida says: proving second degree murder in Florida. To prove second degree murder, a prosecutor must show that the defendant acted according to a depraved mind without regard to human life. Florida state laws permit the prosecution of second degree murder when the killing lacked premeditation or planning, but the defendant acted with enmity towards the victim on the two had an ongoing interaction or relationship. Unlike first degree murder, second degree murder does not necessarily require proof of the defendant's intent to kill. You know what? I'm going to tell you right now, based on what you said and based on Florida's second degree murder law, it does sound like it falls under second degree.
Did it not stipulate intention there, though, in what you read now? Did I hear that? Because is that not the main distinction between second degree and manslaughter? Is the intention?
No. That's the
Or
difference
the
between first degree and second degree is intent.
sure?
Yes,
Are you?
I do
Hold
know
on.
that. I do know that. Second degree, you don't necessarily have to have intent for second degree murder. You just basically have to do something that would cause someone else to die with
I
no
think
regard to the fact that they're going to die, which kind of sounds like what he did. It's like if you saw someone fall into a lake and a frozen lake and they're screaming and you just stand there and videotape them and you don't call anybody, you might be able to be charged with second degree, or you shoved them in the lake. Let's say that you pushed them in the lake thinking they could get out, but they're not. But you videotape them while they're sitting there, trying to get out of the frozen hole, and they end up dying. That would be second degree. You didn't mean to kill them, but your actions clearly caused their death.
See, I'm reading that differently, though. Like the way the definitions, as I read them, I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure I looked it up for Florida. I'm trying to remember back. I'm sure I did, but the distinction for me was for second degree, they may have intended to kill, but just didn't have time to plan it. And that's kind of common with husband wife moments, that go wrong. something in passion, it just suddenly goes wrong, right? There was no plan there, right? It just something inflamed. That would be second degree rather than first degree. But with manslaughter, the distinction to me is that that they did not plan it or intend the victim to die. And to me, that's what drunk driving,
Yeah, but
causing a
I'm
homicide
looking
might fall under.
Here, second degree. All right. So I shared that. I shared a screen. So you can see right here, must show that the defendant acted according to a depraved mind without regard of human life. Okay, Florida law, right there. Florida state laws permit the prosecution of second-degree murder when the killing lacked premeditation or planning. So she didn't have to have either one of those.
Yeah. But the defendant acted with enmity.
I don't know.
Toward the victim, or the two had an ongoing interaction or relationship.
Oh, so enmity means the state of feeling or being actively opposed or hostile to someone or something. Okay, well, didn't you say she was?
Oh, she was definitely hostile. She was intending to be cruel to him.
Okay, so that qualifies for second degree in Florida. Everything you just said, it qualifies for second degree. Based on this little blurb. Again.
But go back to the very first line. See how it says acted according to a depraved mind without the regard for human life. I think that's the thing, right? She wasn't. That's basically saying that she intended harm towards his life, which she didn't. I don't think.
I can't speak for every state and every law. I do know that in Alaska, what is it that you said just now? The depraved mind means what? I can't even remember the words you just said.
So it says acted according to a depraved mind without regard for human life. It's the without regard for human life is the thing.
So recklessness in Alaska, recklessness, you can be that's what that means. So if you're out street racing and you're doing something illegal, obviously you're street racing, and you know that there's actually it's not an empty street. You know that there's a chance that there's going to be somebody on that road, and you kill them. That's recklessness. That falls under second degree. And so that's what they're saying here, I think, is that basically her actions were reckless by knowing he was having a hard time breathing or knowing he wanted out. And she basically said, F you, not letting you out. You're a piece of crap. I'm going to bed. Whatever happened, I don't know. But it was recklessness on her part to leave him in there.
You may well be right. And I mean, you probably are right. And Melanie's probably right. I mean, because this is what they've actually charged her with. And they've charged her for that for a reason, right? That's their reading of the law, as you've pointed out there. It's just going to be interesting to me to see if the defense team argue mitigating circumstances because she was practically blacked out, right? She was that drunk. I think that's going to be the argument, that she wasn't of rational mind to know that she was acting without regard for his life. I think that's going to be the argument. And that's where it just comes down to law and the interpretation of law.
Yeah, and another thing is, and I keep saying this to people, jury instructions mean a lot. They don't rewrite the laws for you, but they do. So I one of the trials I was on a first degree murder jury. And
oh, were you? Wow.
Yes. And so you have the law, we're reading the law, we're interpreting the law. The only problem was like any of these laws, they're kind of open to interpretation depending
Yeah.
on how you view it this way or this way. It's not a cut and dry thing, right? So that's what jury instructions are for. They help guide you through the laws. They tell you what you can and can't take into account, what what you're allowed to do outside of, what was presented in the court. Like, I've heard of cases where juries reenact something, and depending on the jury instructions, that wasn't allowed. You weren't allowed to reenact it and try to come up with different
Yeah.
scenarios, and so the judgment was thrown out. In the case that and I was also on another case. It was a domestic violence and a marijuana thing. It was a thing. In that case, they actually said that you're not allowed to bring in your preconceived opinions on specific things that you've gained over your lifetime, which means that if you've been a domestic violence victim, or somebody that has, you can't use your feelings about that in this judgment, which I thought was really odd. In my first degree trial, they said you can bring in whatever knowledge or information that you've obtained throughout your lifetime,
Wow.
basically.
Quite a difference.
Right. So jury instructions mean a lot. It's not just the law. That's why a lot of times jury instructions can take, up to a week for them to get them ironed out, because they're all fighting over certain words, because one word can change the way that it looks at it. So this law, it looks like it's enough to charge her with second degree. Do you know if she was charged with, a lesser degree, like the manslaughter?
No. She's been charged with second degree, and I was arguing that it should be manslaughter, or I was arguing that they'll lose the case, right, because of the second degree charge. But it's been postponed and postponed and postponed. It was meant to start there in March, I think it was, or May, but it's got to be coming up soon. But the reason that it's maybe being postponed is because they're negotiating, perhaps, that she takes a plea deal down to manslaughter. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Well, sometimes, in some states and some trials and they'll have a lesser degree. It's like, okay, we're charging her with second degree, but if you as a jury don't find her guilty of second degree, we've also charged her with manslaughter, so a lesser degree. They're allowed. Now, sometimes in trials there is no lesser degree. There just isn't. You're either going to find them guilty of what we say, or they're going to be found not guilty. So that's why I was wondering if she's also been charged with the lesser degree. So that gives,
see what you mean. Yeah, see what you mean.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
But yeah,
well, I hope you guys do that soon. Because now I'm really interested in.
Yeah, is Broken Justice still here? Yeah, she is. Yeah, she seems quite knowledgeable about the case as well, so I'd be interested to talk to her, and if Melanie as well, because myself and Melanie went over it a few times.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that interrogation tonight.
Yeah, you should. It's I'll be interested to hear your thoughts afterwards.
Yeah.
Broken Justice says your negligence that caused another one's death is considered manslaughter. It's the thing as well that it's slightly different from state to state, as
right.
You're saying, right?
You're right. That's the thing. I mean, overall, she's correct. That's the gist of it. But every state has their little and like I said, sometimes it's just a matter, and I can't even give you the example because it's been more than a minute since I was on that trial, but it's literally sometimes just a matter of a word or two in the sentence that can change the definition of how you interpret it. So I agree that that's the overall thing, but every state's a little bit different. What's that culpability? There's that word too that falls into that. So and every state has a different threshold of what that is.
You've got a fan, Melanie. Melanie loves you. Melanie loves you, Shirl.
Oh, thank you. I don't know why, but okay.
Do you know, just to highlight your point about them perhaps charging with more than one charge is like the perfect example of that to me is the case in the Anthony case, right? Because they went for the death penalty, didn't they? And then there was nothing kind of less than, well, obviously it was the highest, it was first degree, wasn't it, for Casey Anthony, but it was also with the death penalty. And a lot of people think that played a part in the jury's decision, but there was nothing like further down from
And
that main
I could
charge.
be wrong. I could be wrong because my state's not a capital state. But my experience of some of the things that I've seen, most of the time when you're charged with a capital crime, which means that you're eligible for the death penalty, they don't normally have lesser
Really?
included. It's
Okay.
basically it's an all or nothing. But yeah, I could be wrong. But
Do you not
that's
think in retrospect they really dropped the ball going for the highest possible charge with her? Like, and I'm not just talking about the death penalty, but the first degree. Like, in retrospect now, it's kind of obvious how hard that was going to be to prove for the state to prove. But I think everyone fucking knows that her neglect led to her death, right?
I
Well,
do. I mean, I
yeah,
have my opinion, and I do. I think it's pretty cut and dry. But I don't think prosecutors more often than not don't go to trial thinking that they're going to lose. So the thought of having a lesser charge included in the indictment is not normally something that they always think about because they don't think they're going to lose.
yeah, yeah. I guess
Uh,
it's not going to instill the jury with confidence, is it? If it looks like they're kind of
here's 17 charges just in case,
just in case.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that there's reasons, and there's probably even laws about which types of things that you can actually have a lesser included, and you can't, and maybe a capital crime you can't. I don't know. So that's a possibility. Like I said, I don't understand all that. But the one thing I was thinking about is I don't know. I mean, it would be really. Oh, see. I used to be like pretty good friends with Alaska Superior Court judge, and her husband was a in Alaska high profile defense attorney, and I used to bombard them with questions all the time. But I've never really asked something like this, like, well, a defense attorney, well, I guess they would do the same thing. So where I'm going is jury nullification. So basically, that's what a lot of people believe happened with the OJ trial, even though all the evidence, or there was enough evidence that they should have found him guilty in some people's opinions. They just decided to ignore it and vote.
Oh, but Shirl, the glove didn't fit.
I know.
That's a
So
done
what
deal.
happens? What happens with leather and it gets wet? I mean, I've owned quite a few actual leather pairs of gloves motorcycle riding, and when they get wet and they dry, and if they're drying and they're not on your hands when they're drying, they're going to shrink. I'm just gonna say that. And plus, he's got a rubber glove on trying to put these leather gloves on, right? I can't imagine that was easy to do, even if they hadn't shrunk. But so jury nullification is basically when the jury just says, I'm really not going to pay attention to the evidence. I don't think he's guilty, even though the evidence kind of says it is. I don't think they're guilty. I wonder how often maybe a prosecutor or a defense attorney thinks about the chances of that, especially with the high profile ones, like Casey Anthony. You have a little girl, an adorable little girl, and of course people's hearts gonna be taken into account with that. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, because you could make the argument that the prosecutors failed the state, right? Because Casey was not held accountable for
Well,
such
that's exactly how it's looked at. Well, yes, because most attorneys, one side or another, don't like to blame, at least not outwardly blame the jury, because that's a bad look. They don't want to say, they will say, because even Amber Heard right now, she's not blaming the jury. She says, I don't blame them. You know, blaming the jury for doing their job is never a good look, especially for attorneys. So they don't normally blame it. They normally take it on themselves.
Oh, Amber blames the power of Johnny, doesn't she?
Yeah, I know.
The power.
You know, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Male hierarchy.
She's assuming that every single one of them were so mesmerized by Johnny Depp that they just completely forgo their civic duty. I mean, so really quick, the first degree that I was on, I will tell you. So it was a 3-week trial, and we were actually in deliberations for a week. And I can tell you that 3 of that week deliberations was because of me and 2 other people. I 100% believed the guy did it. 100%. Right. There wasn't a doubt in my mind, but I couldn't follow the dots with the evidence that they gave us. Right. So I believed he's guilty, but I'm looking at the evidence, and there was a gap between this point, and there was nothing to fill it in with. And that's where I had the problem. And there were 2 other people that had the same problem. And so those 3 days, we just kept, please tell us something that fills that gap so we can. Yeah. So it actually, they did. And it was actually one of those really stupid things that's like, oh, geez, we should have just thought about that 3 days ago and we wouldn't have been in here. But they did. It's like, that makes perfect sense. Yep. I'm going with that. Yeah. And so we ended up finding him guilty. So,
I thought you were going to say you ended up
no,
for not guilty.
We found him guilty. So really quick, what it was where they did the luminol. The carpet had been removed, and then they did luminol, and they found a few little blood spots. The way the prosecution presented the case was that he committed this crime while she was in the bathroom, and he took her to the bedroom, and she bled out on the carpet, and they got rid of the carpet. But when they luminoled the bathroom, there was nothing. What the prosecution came back with was because they luminoled it like 5 years after the fact. They had to wait till the guy moved out of the house and sold the house before they could get in there and do that, because they didn't have enough for a search warrant to go in and do that at that time. So
that's crazy. They can detect it after 5 years, isn't it?
Huh?
That's crazy that they can detect it still.
Well, they expected to, yeah, but they didn't. They didn't find anything in the bathroom. So we were stuck with that. The 3 of us were like, how do you crush somebody's head with a hammer? You have these major head wounds. We know that all the blood was in the bedroom. How are they not finding anything in the bathroom whatsoever? I couldn't get there. I couldn't, based on the facts. So finally, what somebody said was, the prosecution is giving us a scenario of what they think happened. They think she was killed in the bathroom because she was wearing a camisole and something about is just a camisole, underwear, and socks. So they were assuming that she was just got out of the shower and she was in the bathroom. And so someone on the jury says, but that's just the prosecution coming up with what they think. What if she was killed in the kitchen? We're like, well, okay, let's go back through our notes. Did they luminol anywhere else in the house? They didn't. The only place they luminoled was the bathroom. So based on their assumption of what happened, it didn't make sense to 3 of us legally through the facts. But if we were to say maybe she was killed in the kitchen, and why didn't they luminol the whole friggin' house if they didn't find anything in the bathroom? But they didn't. So that's all I needed to say. Yes. Okay. So it just because they gave us what they thought happened doesn't mean that's what happened. It still doesn't mean what happened.
Yeah, well, that reminds me of the Jodi Arias case, because I think they got it the wrong way around. I think Martinez's theory that she knifed him first and then shot him at the end, it was wrong. I think it was the other way around. I think she shot him first and then she stabbed him. Gray Hughes makes a great argument for that. Maybe the jurors had that same thought that you guys had, but regardless, they still knew that she was guilty, right?
Yeah, like I said, I mean that's kind of what the bad thing about the prosecution giving you this scenario, right? It almost screwed that case, to tell you the truth, but
Yeah.
they were going by their best guess, and based on what she was wearing. But again, I personally, I don't know how you would have even thought, just because she was wearing just a camisole and underwear and socks, you thought she was in the bathroom brushing her hair. She could have been in the kitchen drinking her milk. I don't know. But them presenting it that way, that's what was stuck in my head. And apparently everybody else's, until, like I said, the one guy just sitting there, on the 5th day said, well, maybe it was in the kitchen. It was like, oh crap, that's what I needed. That, because I did not want a hung jury for this guy, because I 100% felt he was guilty. 100%.
Was it his wife? Was it, or a girlfriend, or?
It was a girlfriend. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
God.
And
That's so interesting. I'd love to pick your brains about that sometime.
Okay. Yeah.
Just the like, how many hours a day were you guys kind of deliberating?
So, deliberating.
Yeah.
We could set our own times for deliberation.
Right.
Not till like midnight, but
Yeah.
they didn't want us to start after 9. So we started. I think we started because we had been going into court at 8:30, for 3 weeks. So we thought, okay, we're just we're gonna wait. So I think we started at 9, and most of the time we stopped at 6.
Right.
For 6. I do think that it may have been the 2nd or the 3rd day we were there till like 8 o'clock that night, because we were re-listening to some of the testimony, and we didn't want to stop in the middle of that. So that day was a pretty long day.
Did it ever get heated in any regard?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
See, this is why I need to pick your brain about it, right? I'm fascinated.
Yes. It was one person. It was one person that rubbed a few of us the wrong way, and she made a comment that she shouldn't have made, and we put an end to that. But yeah, it did get a little heated, and it was frustrating. And I get that. It was frustrating for the other people, because in their mind, it was clear cut. Let me say this. They knew he was guilty too. And as far as they were concerned, there was enough evidence. There was enough evidence to something happened. The defense brought up that the son had lived there at the time, and the baseball bat, and it was the son's baseball bat. And, they had testimony that the son and her didn't get along. And so there was enough there for, reasonable doubt at that point, until we put the 2 and 2 together. And so that's how that worked. But yeah, they were frustrated at us, and, I felt horrible, because I didn't want a hung jury. And to come find out, we didn't know at the time, because we weren't allowed to know, but this was a retrial. He had the first one. Really? He had already been in jail. He had already been found guilty of first degree and been in jail, and it got overturned. I don't remember why, but we didn't know that at the time. We weren't allowed to know that, because it would prejudice us.
Genetic Code's asking, she just got back into chat, asking if you were a jury member.
Yes.
You were, obviously, and it was a homicide case, wasn't it?
First degree, yes. Well, and part of the problem for that too was she was missing for over a year before her body was found. So by the time they found her body, it was skeletal. So there was a lot of things that, weren't.
Oh, God.
Would have been, if they had found her right away, that would have been a lot easier. But because it was skeletal, it was a lot of stuff. Have you guys ever heard of Skip Palahniuk? He's a very famous.
What's the name, sorry? Skip
Palahniuk. Am I saying that right? Crime scene investigator.
He's part of a quite a famous podcast, isn't he?
Probably.
I definitely know the name.
I can't find it right now. Anyways, he actually came up, and which I was God, Jesus, I can't even, because I was fangirling all over him, actually, in a weird way, but of course I had to keep myself in control. We learned way more about carpet fibers than probably 99% of the population ever knows. He came up and he testified for a few days about carpet fibers. It's a part of the story. But yeah, it was interesting. It was definitely interesting.
Yeah.
And I was glad that we were able to find him guilty, because like I said, I 100% think he was guilty.
Yeah, and you're having that dilemma at the beginning, right, with your own conscience, I guess, because you can't completely tie it up with that gap you had, right?
Yes. Yes. And so,
And how
okay,
horrible would it feel, right, if you couldn't have tied up that gap and then you had to go not guilty, even though you believed he was guilty? How horrible would you feel, right?
I couldn't imagine, which is why on the fourth day, when one person, said, hey, why don't we just tell the judge we can't do it? And a couple other people like, yeah, we should just tell the judge. The three of us were like, no, let's keep talking. We want you to help us get to where you are. Help us, because we didn't want that to happen. So tying back to Amber Heard thinks that people in a jury are going to be so mesmerized by by Johnny Depp's presence that they're just going to forgo every piece of evidence whatsoever that was presented and just side with him. And I can tell you that more often than not, that is not the case. Regardless, most people on a jury take that duty very, very, very seriously, even to the point of, an internal conflict, which is what I had for that week, and probably would have carried, not probably, I would have carried that for the rest of my life. So it bothers me when people just automatically assume that the jury was stupid, that they didn't do this or they didn't do that, or, because that's usually not the case. And it wouldn't have been, even if we had hung, if we hadn't found that gap piece, that it wouldn't have been because we didn't friggin' try. We really, really tried.
Yeah, it seems, well, that seems obvious, right? You took a week, you said, yeah?
A week.
Wow.
Which, for a 3-week trial, it probably, again, by the morning of the second day, if the three of us hadn't have been stuck at that spot, we would have had a verdict. Everybody else was already there. It just took us a minute longer.
And just on the point of, the point that you're making regarding how seriously jury members take the case, and they're not susceptible to, being hypnotized by fame or anything. Like, there's a filtering process for that very reason, right? That the judge goes through and the lawyers go through, to try and weed out any jurors that, might be a bit weak in that regard.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, the questioning, the other trial I was on, like I said, that was a domestic violence and marijuana thing. The questioning, we were questioned. What do they call that? Voir dire. We were questioned, but they weren't, overly intrusive or anything. But, for this first degree, they were intensive questions. And first off, you can tell that they're going to work really hard on the jury by how many people are actually called for the jury. If, for like the one, for the marijuana one, you got a jury of 12 people and they've called 15. Now, granted, if they end up kicking out more than 3, then they're going to have to call more in. But the original group was 15. For that first degree murder one, I think it was like 40 of us in the first group. So they were going to look very, very, very carefully to weed out anybody with, preconceived opinions, and they asked that domestic, how do you feel about, have you been a victim? Have you ever known anybody as a victim? And,
And both sides have to agree on every jury member. Is that right?
Well, each side gets to dismiss a certain number, and I don't know what that specifically is, but they get to dismiss them for cause. And I think they get a couple that are, they don't have to have a reason. They can just say we dismiss them. But after a certain point, they have to have a reason. But after that, then, I mean, they kind of have to go with what they're left with. So no, they don't take everybody, ask everybody questions and then go, okay, here's what I have. Who do you have? As they're asking the questions, if at any time, the prosecution asks, then the defense asks, and then the judge says, so what do you guys, so they'll either say, accepted, And then defense says accepted or whatever, or they say, the defense would like to dismiss juror number whatever. And
Yeah.
that's how
So
that works.
It's kind of it's crazy to think about how much work goes into all that kind of stuff,
Mm-hmm.
regarding court cases and the law and how it differs from state to state. It's such a machine, isn't it?
It is. And see, that's the stuff a lot of people don't know about. They don't know, like I said, even the jury instructions. I know that when they so the Johnny Depp thing looked different to me because they were actually putting in motions for their jury instructions. I know for ours, the trial was over. Both sides had rested, and then it took 2 days. We had 2 days where we had to show up, but we didn't do anything the entire day. We stayed in the jury room while they argued out the jury instructions in open court. It was an open court. It wasn't through motions. And it took them 2 days to come up with the jury instructions. And in my mind, I'm thinking, geez, by the time they come back here, it's going to be like a friggin' novel. And it really wasn't. I think it was like 10 pages long, but again, that's them fighting over what word should be used where, because where you put that word changes the meaning of that sentence. And, so people don't know about all of that stuff. Or I can't say people don't know. Some people don't know. There's a lot of crap that goes into that trial long before they stand up at that podium.
Yeah, and when they have a lot of the sidebars, that's cut out a lot of the time, isn't it? When they're going up to the judge and they're debating a certain point. They usually mute that on the cameras, on the
Yeah,
footage.
with us it was white noise because we're
Oh, really?
there's speakers above us on the wall.
Right.
So when anybody's talking, it's kind of coming through these speakers. And so whenever there were sidebars, they just put white noise through it, so we couldn't hear anything.
So you hear that as well in the actual court? Huh.
Yeah. Yep.
And can I ask, are you allowed to take notes during the actual testifying and all that?
I will tell you, in Alaska, it's up to the judge. Our judge did let us take notes. It's funny because the other trial I was on, the judge wouldn't let you take notes, which I don't understand the reasoning behind that. But yes.
You think that would, you would think for something like that, for taking notes, that would just be a sort of decision that was statewide in concrete, but it's actually up to the judge's discretion.
Well, at least here in Alaska, it is. I don't know about every state, but yes. But I do know that there was one judge. Again, my mom worked for the court system too. So there was one judge that was notorious for not letting people take notes, even if it was a murder trial. And I was like, that I don't even understand because, especially a long one. I mean, ours was only 3 weeks, but in 3 weeks, there's a lot of information. So by the time we go to deliberate, I don't remember what the hell happened on the second day of trial. So you're looking through your notes, but there was one judge that wouldn't let people take notes. And I never understood the thought process behind that.
I'm trying to think what the reason may be or what the argument would be against taking notes. I guess they might say, well, if you're paying too much attention taking notes, then you might be not paying attention, you might miss some things in the actual testifying because you're busy with your notes, kind of trying to remember what was said 2 or 3 minutes ago, maybe. I don't know.
It could be that, or it could be like, they're worried that you're going to maybe miss put the notes in inaccurate. So what that judge would have preferred is, if you're not sure what that person testified to, don't refer to the notes because Jane says the person said this and Joe says the person said this. The judge would want you to call to have it reread to you to make sure that it's 100% accurate. So that's another reason, because not everybody takes good notes, or they, maybe didn't write down exactly what the person said and it's inaccurate. And, that could be, it seems like a terrible, I'm coming from a juror point of view, that would be miserable. That would be so miserable.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a couple things there in our case. There was that. I don't remember which witness it was, but somebody had a note that the witness claimed this, and somebody else had a note that the witness claimed something different. we're all looking through our notes, and actually it turned out that those two were the only two people that took a note on that specific comment. And so we actually had to have we had to go back into court and have the court play back that person's testimony to verify. So I think that maybe the judge that doesn't let people do that is trying to eliminate that kind of stuff. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know what his reasoning is. I was just really glad that I wasn't, he wasn't the judge for that first degree murder one. So I was happy about that.
did the defendant have just a state defender, or were they able to like pay for a really good lawyer? Because I'm interested as to whether you were aware of the skills of each of them and how much that played a part in, convincing you.
No,
You know?
no, it
No?
doesn't. It doesn't play a part. He did have paid lawyers. They weren't public defenders,
Right.
but that doesn't make a difference. And normally, what happens is at the very beginning of jury selection, they get up. Each one of them gets up, and at least this is my experience in both the trials that I was a jury on. They get up and they introduce themselves, and they say, I've been a prosecutor for the state of Alaska X amount of days. I used to be a public defender, da da da. So you kind of know they kind of give you a resume, so you kind of know it. But even the one where the other one that I was on, she did have a public defender, and I didn't think that he did any worse than the paid guy for the first degree one.
Right. Okay.
I mean, that didn't make a difference to me whatsoever.
And it shouldn't, should it?
It shouldn't. No, I mean, you're either a good lawyer or you're not. I think the only difference is if you're private practice defense attorney, if you're not good, you're not going to get a whole lot of work. Where if you're a public defender, you're going to get a cases assigned to you regardless, because that's your job. You get cases assigned. I suppose if you lose so many, you might get fired. I don't know, but
but there's a bit more security, I guess, isn't there?
at least financially there is.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah.
And as you say, the market will dictate what happens for private lawyers, right? If they're no good, if they keep losing, then the market decides that, and the market will be the judge, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. If you keep losing cases, I'm not going to pay you a bunch of money to do my case. I mean, I wouldn't.
I'm thinking about, do you want to have a quick watch of this, of the McCann parents' first interview? I mean, I wanted to show it when Lizzie was in here, but it's interesting to me to watch this.
Okay.
Do you fancy having a watch of this? See what you think. Have you seen this interview in full? Do you know?
I've seen the interview. So is this just the interview, or is this like the behavioral panel?
Oh no, it's just the actual interview.
You know what? To tell you the truth, I'm going to take that back. I don't know if I've seen the entire interview. I have seen parts of it. So yeah, that's fine.
Let me just find it here.
Oh, hey, Tracy.
Yeah, Tracy's in. Hold on.
So with respect says, my mom was a jury keeper in Melbourne, Supreme County and Magistrate Courts. So when you say jury keeper, is that like a bailiff? I mean, what's a jury keeper? So for us, the bailiffs were, I guess in a way our handlers, during the trial and especially during deliberations, one person had to do something, we all had to do it. So if we wanted to go out and smoke a cigarette, all of us had to go, not just the ones that were going to smoke a cigarette. If we had to go to the bathroom, we all didn't have to go to the bathroom, but everybody had to shut up. And anytime we got escorted anywhere, so during deliberations, they brought us food, lunch or whatever, but during the trial, we got to go out for lunch. But it was the bailiffs. We always had bailiffs taking us and bringing us and passing us around. So I don't know what a jury keep. Okay, so the jury keeper stays with the jury for the trial. They move as one. So, yeah, that's kind of what our bailiffs are. And they're not the same bailiffs that were necessarily standing in the court. I actually, to tell you the truth, I don't even remember a bailiff being in there, but there must have been one. But yeah, we had the same bailiff throughout most of the trial, but you know, obviously maybe someday he took a day off or went on vacation. There was another one, but
with
Suzanne.
Is Suzanne.
Suzanne. Okay. I knew that too. I knew that. All right. So yeah, kind of like the same thing as our bailiffs. You get to know them really well. You know, you start to joke and they're the ones that when you come to a verdict, you know, you knock on the door and you tell them, and they're the ones that pass everything back and forth to the judge and order your lunch for you and everything. So kind of the same thing.
Interesting. Alrighty, so just to set the scene here, I honestly can't remember how quickly after Madeleine going missing this interview takes place. I think I'm safe in playing this one. It was the other one that I played that caused the problem on the other live. This one's fine, I think.
So when you say problem, you mean that you got shut down?
Yeah, it was an Australian channel, an interview on that channel that I started playing when I just suddenly got knocked off of StreamYard.
Oh.
But I think the reason that I ended up with 2 streams is because it was only copyright struck for Australia and New Zealand. It was fine for the rest of the world. So it kind of allowed the stream to continue, I think, but it booted me off because of the copyright strike.
Right.
I don't know really, but it was something like that, something to do with that. It was bizarre anyway.
Or it was a glitch in the matrix.
Yeah.
Something like that. Okay, well, let's hope you don't get kicked off this one.
Yeah, fingers crossed here, we'll be okay. Yeah, so as I'm saying, this is the very first interview, the first TV interview that they did after the quick announcement the following night after she went missing. That's the famous footage of them outside the actual apartment, you know, and they look genuinely shocked, right? And believing what I believe about the case, I think they were being genuine. It's obvious to me that the grief that you see on Kate McCann the night after is her processing what she knows. That she knows Madeleine's dead, I believe, at that point, right? And Jerry's just trying to hold it together for the family. They have no choice to do this because otherwise they'll lose the other 2 kids, the twins.
Yeah.
Right. So I think they were in this impossible situation. This was the best of some horrible decisions that they had to decide on.
So Carrie says this interview was May 25th, 2007.
All right, so that's only a week or 2 after then, isn't it? I'm trying to remember. Actually, I've got my notes here. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Yeah, so she went missing on the 3rd of March. So it's literally 3 weeks afterwards. And well, I'll just let it play here and you guys decide if you think they're acting in a way that gives you confidence that they still believe that Mary's alive. That's a key thing to try and detect in both their actual language, what they're actually saying, and notice what they're concentrating on, what the messages that they're putting out, and try and notice if you detect any genuine desire to articulate how worried they are as to how Madeleine is at that present moment. You know, is she, you know, what kind of danger is she in? can the abductor please just look after her, you know, return her, leave her somewhere, you know, always forgiven if you just give her back, you know. See if you can detect that in their language and their body language. Exactly, Roberta. Yeah, saving their own skin. They had to.
Jerry and Kate, thanks very much indeed for talking to us. I'd like to begin by taking you back to the events of May the 3rd on that evening. Tell us how you discovered that Madeleine had gone.
As I think people are aware, we were checking regularly on the children, and it was during one of my checks that I discovered she'd gone. I mean, I can't really go into any details about that, but I'm sure any parent will realise how that felt.
Did the panic set in immediately?
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a resort that offers childcare facilities, babysitting facilities. Why then were the 3 young children left alone in the apartment while you were having a meal?
I mean, I think if you know the location here, which you've seen, what we did, I think, and we've been reassured by the fact in the thousands of messages from people who've either done exactly the same or said they would have done the same. And for us, it really wasn't very much different to having dinner in your garden and the proximity of the location. I think it's fair to say that, you know, the guilt that we feel having not been there at that moment, irrespective of whether we had been in the other bedroom or not, will never leave us.
Do you blame yourself?
So it's obviously damage control at this moment, right? If she was truly abducted and it's due to the fact that they took too much of a chance by dining where they were, taking such a risk, it would be understandable that they would be defensive at this point, right? You can let them get away with that at this stage at the beginning, right? Because that's the actual direct questions that they got, yeah. But
Sorry, the mute button. Yeah.
yeah, so you can't judge them too harshly just on that right there. I think, you know, it's understandable that they would have to defend themselves there, right?
Well, how long was this after she was taken?
3 weeks.
Okay. I mean, I've never been in that position, and I am a firm believer that unless you've actually been in that position, you can guess what you would do, but you really don't have any idea. But yes, defending yourself, but hostility, you know, the reserved, I see reserved hostility towards those questions. You know, for me, like I said, I would expect to see something like, oh God, no, I would never, we would not, blah, 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 you know, that kind of thing. For them,
Yeah.
they're just very matter of fact, like they're trying to hold in some sort of anger or something. And I get, you know, you're angry because your kid's gone, but you know, if you're being asked point blank questions about your, you know, whether you were involved in it, I would expect more
that's the
emphatic.
actual.
Huh?
You'd expect it to be more emphatic, yeah, because that's the implied insinuation in his question, is that you're responsible. That's the implication, you know?
Right. And like I said, I mean, if we're talking years and years, yeah, maybe you're sick and tired of the same questions, but 3 weeks after, if I'm getting the impression that you're implying or hinting or whatever that I had something to do with it, I'm going to come out very emotional about it, you know? Not with the reserved resentment that it seems like that they have.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I agree with that, Tracy. You detect more shame in her and anger in him. Yeah, but she kind of loses that sense of shame as the kind of weeks and months went forward, and she got a lot more. I think that shame left, and she got way more defensive, more like Jerry. Jerry was just always the more assertive out of the two.
Regularly?
Certainly the first few days, I think the guilt was very difficult.
The first few days, the guilt was difficult? Are you kidding me? The first few days, and now you're over that guilt after a few days.
Right. I mean, honestly, to tell you the truth, I can imagine if it were me, I would be guilty till the day I die. I would feel guilty till the day I die.
Yes.
Because clearly, regardless, you know, whether you think you did everything right or wrong, clearly something you did, if she's kidnapped, like they're proclaiming, something you did or didn't do caused her to be able to be kidnapped, you know? I'm not saying blame, but that internal guilt, that wouldn't go away within a few days, I wouldn't think.
Not a chance. And I think the reason that she's slipped up like that without even being aware of it is because she knows that she's dead. She has already processed her death. It's clear as day to me. It's almost like what I was mentioning about the Sarah Boone case. Sarah Boone was more preoccupied with her guilt over her problems with alcohol than just being open and honest about the problems that she had and actually, articulating how devastated she was that her boyfriend was dead. It's kind of similar here. They're more preoccupied with defending themselves. That their actions, even though they feel guilty, they shouldn't be held responsible.
But I think as time goes on, we feel stronger, and we felt very supported from that point of view.
Is there a lesson here, do you think, to other parents?
I think that's a very difficult thing to say, because if you look at it, and we try to rationalise things in our head, and ultimately what is done, and we do continually look forward, but we've tried to put it into some sort of perspective for ourselves. We're in a very safe resort. If you think about the millions and millions of British families who go to the Mediterranean each year, really the chances of this happening are in the order of 100 million to 1.
I think at worst we were naive. We're very responsible parents. We love our children very much, and I don't think any parent could ever imagine or consider anything like this happening.
Were you aware of the big public debate that went on in the immediate aftermath, and were you hurt by that?
Yeah,
naturally.
No one hurts you as much as the hurt that we had. But
did you hear that word that he used there?
What?
The hurt that we had.
Yes.
What, you don't still have that hurt now? Is it gone away?
Right. Right.
Happening.
Were you aware of the big public debate that went on in the immediate aftermath, and were you hurt by that?
Yeah,
naturally.
No one hurts you as much as the hurt that we had. But, we've tried to remain very positive in our outlook. And even small levels of criticism make that hard when you're trying to do everything in your power to get your daughter back.
I know you've been very supportive of the Portuguese police investigation, but is there anything that you feel could have been done better, particularly in those crucial first 24 hours when Madeleine was missing, and perhaps it was treated as a simple missing child as opposed to an abduction?
I think, we are not looking at what has been done, and I don't think it helps at this stage to look back at what could and couldn't have been done. I think it's fair to say we expected a very British-style response that you would expect if you were in a big metropolitan city. But you have to put it in context that we're in a tiny resort. But that aside, the times for these lessons to be learned will be after the investigation is finished, and not now. It's an ongoing.
Why are they even caring about the lessons that are going to be learned by law enforcement or by investigators and how to kind of deal with these situations? Why is that even on your mind if Madeleine is still alive? Why are you projecting into the future, about learning lessons? It just doesn't make any sense.
if you didn't know when this interview was taking place, so a lot of the things they're saying, I could almost see being said, 5-10 years down the road, the lessons learned, and even saying the hurt that they had. But I would have said, I would have expected something like the hurt that we had at that time, which clearly would be, much more debilitating than 5-10 years down the road. Not that the hurt goes away, but anyways, this doesn't sound like something like 3 weeks into your child being kidnapped. Not at all. The things he's saying are things you would say, like I said, 5, 10, 15 years later, it's just weird. It's very weird.
It is.
Investigation, which has huge resources, both from Portuguese and the British. They're working very, very closely with lots of expert help. And I know there's hundreds of pieces of information continuing to come forward. And I would strongly like to emphasise we would like anyone who's been in here in the 2 weeks leading up to the abduction to come forward if they have not already done so and upload their photographs, because we want Madeleine back and people can still influence that.
Looking back, I mean, did you see anything suspicious in the days leading up to her abduction? Did you notice anything? Have you been racking your brains to try to think whether people might have been... It
was just so casual the way he said, "We want Madeleine back." That's what we are aiming for. It's almost just like a rehearsed sort of line, like a policy line that they have to remember to say. We want her back. There's no emotion at all. Especially, as you say, considering this is 3 weeks after, and it's the first interview.
Like Chris Watt saying, "I just want them home. I just want them home." It's a lot like that, right?
Yeah.
So Roberta's saying in the comments, she said something like, "Remember, they are both doctors," plays a big part in the way they respond. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, and I agree. Doctors can definitely they've learned how to control a lot of their emotions, but this is their child. I mean, you would expect their reaction. This is their own kid. It would be different. They still may be a little more reserved because that's a natural thing at this point, to be thinking more analytically and things like that. But it's still your kid. And your kid's gone, and you're claiming, if you believe that your kid is kidnapped, and God knows what's happening to her at this moment in time, and this is your reaction 3 weeks later. I just find it.
Yeah, and as much as Roberta is right, and you have to bear that in context that they are both doctors, and that you have to bear that in mind. But yeah, I agree. I think there's, especially for the mother, right? There's things that if she still thought that Madeleine was alive at this time right now, there would be things involuntarily that would seep out from her that would make that obvious, I think. And I've seen so many interviews, like, as I say, I'm not just basing it on this one interview, but in retrospect, looking back now at this, it seems apparent,
I just want to say, Genetic Code said his head shakes no when he says we want anyone to come forward. Okay, I just want to say this because I actually just watched this on the behavior panel last night, and they were talking about that. Again, baselines. Some people actually, the way, what they do with their heads, is it an emphatic? Are they shaking it emphatically? Is it part of their baseline, like something that they do in everyday conversation? All of that has to be taken into account. Just the fact that he's shaking his head no while he's making that statement doesn't necessarily mean that it's a body language thing.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to watch other interviews and look for that same
behavior pattern.
Genetic Code wants me to play it again. You okay for me to go back to start there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Jerry and Kate, thanks very much indeed for talking to us. I'd like to...
Yeah, and bear in mind, like Carrie says, this is 9 days after what would have been her 4th birthday. Wow.
Begin by taking you back to the events of May the 3rd on that evening. Tell us how you discovered that Madeleine had gone.
As I think people are aware, we were checking regularly on the children, and it was during one of my checks that I discovered she'd gone. I mean, I can't really go into any details about that, but I'm sure any parent will realise how that felt.
Did the panic set in immediately?
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a resort that offers childcare facilities, babysitting facilities. Why then were the 3 young children left alone in the apartment while you were having a meal?
I mean, I think if you know the location here, which you've seen, what we did, I think, and we've been reassured by the fact in the thousands of messages from people who've either done exactly the same or said they would have done the same. And for us, it really wasn't very much different to having dinner in your garden and the proximity of the location. I think it's fair to say that, you know, the guilt that we feel having not been there at that moment, irrespective of whether we had been in the other bedroom or not, will never leave us.
Do you blame yourselves regularly?
Certainly the first few days, I think the guilt was very difficult. But I think as time goes on, we feel stronger, and we felt very supported from that point of view.
Is there a lesson here, do you think, to other parents?
I think that's a very difficult thing to say, because if you look at it and we try to rationalise things in our head, and ultimately what is done, and we do continually look forward, but we've tried to put it into some sort of perspective for ourselves. We're in a very safe resort. If you think about the millions and millions of British families who go to the Mediterranean each year, really the chances of this happening are in the order of 100 million to 1.
I think at worst we were naive. I mean, we're very responsible parents. We love our children very much, and I don't think any parent could ever imagine or consider anything like this happening.
Were you aware of the big public debate that went on in the immediate aftermath, and were you hurt by that?
Yeah,
naturally.
I mean, no one hurts you as much as the hurt that we had. But, you know, we've tried to remain very positive in our outlook. And even small levels of criticism make that hard when you're trying to do everything in your power to get your daughter back.
I know you've been very supportive of the Portuguese police investigation, but is there anything that you feel could have been done better, particularly in those crucial first 24 hours when Madeleine was missing, and perhaps it was treated as a simple missing child as opposed to an abduction?
I think, you know, we are not looking at what has been done, and I don't think it helps at this stage to look back at what could and couldn't have been done. I think it's fair to say we expected a very British style response that you would expect if you were in a big metropolitan city. But you have to put it in context that we're in a tiny resort. But, you know, that aside, the times for these lessons to be learned will be after the investigation is finished, and not now. You know, it's an ongoing investigation which has huge resources both from Portuguese and the British. They're working very, very closely with lots of expert help, and I know there's hundreds of pieces of information continuing to come forward. And I would strongly like to emphasise we would like anyone who's been in here in the 2 weeks leading up to the abduction to come forward if they have not already done so and upload their photographs, because we want Madeleine back and people can still influence that.
So unconvincing. You know, just his tone didn't change in the slightest, you know, when he said, "We want Madeleine back." Okay.
Looking back, I mean, did you see?
Sorry, Shirl.
No, I was just going to say, I was reading in the chat earlier, and I have to agree. He seems really angry. He seems very angry, and I don't know. Maybe that's anger because his daughter's gone, or is there some other anger? They don't seem to be cohesive. They don't seem to be
Together, yeah.
Yeah. I so far I think they've only looked at each other like maybe twice, right? They don't seem to have that we're in this together. Our child is gone and we're both hurting. We're here for each other kind of. I don't get that feeling from them whatsoever.
I agree. It feels like they're concentrating rather more so on the rehearsed lines or the rehearsed bullet points.
Yeah.
The kind of policy line that they need to stick to. That's where all their focus is, you know. Which, when you compare that to how they looked during the first announcement to the cameras the following night, they were hugging each other. It was real, you know. And this is only 3 weeks
you
later.
know, it was, yeah. I mean, yeah. Carrie also put, when you're done with this, I don't know if you want to look. She put something in. She said something about the picture shows them laughing or something. I don't know. We'll finish watching this and we'll see.
Yeah, I've got that ready to show there.
Coin the word cohesing. I don't know. I just, yeah, that's a word, right? It is now.
It is now. Yeah, so that's Carrie just pointed this out here. This is on her birthday, which is 9 days prior to this interview, I think Carrie said. And they don't seem to be panicked about where Maddie is, you know. It's just, I mean, I know that you can get any still shot that might not represent exactly what's going on, but there's a lot of pictures like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all, lost someone, and we're not even going to talk about a kid, but that's kind of a thing when you lose someone. The first birthday you have without them, their first birthday after they're gone, the anniversary of when they died, and I can tell you that the people that are really close to me that have passed away on their birthday, which was never close in time like this. Even it's a picture is just a moment in time, any part of that day, there was never a moment in time where I looked like that whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, it's not like I walked around all stoic, but the whole, hey, we need to celebrate this for them. They would want us to, and you go through the motions, but do you feel
your face just wouldn't. Your face just wouldn't go into those positions, especially Jerry.
Yeah, this doesn't look to me like it's just like, smiling, being polite because somebody said something and you're being polite and you're smiling. Yeah, funny story. That's not what these look like,
Yeah. And as Carrie says, it's actually 9 days after the reports are missing.
Yeah, so the contradiction of this look compared to how they're presenting themselves in the story 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later after this is very odd. Yeah, I mean, if anything, your mood would have gotten better. I mean, I don't know. How are they so jovial here, but then they do this interview talking about her, which is the press interview, hopefully to get it out there for the entire world. We want our daughter back, and, looks completely different.
Suspicious in the days.
Oops, sorry.
Okay,
I know, right? It's just doesn't add up, and it doesn't add up for a reason.
Leading up to her abduction, did you notice anything? Have you been racking your brains to try to think whether people might have been watching?
We didn't.
If we did, we wouldn't tell you because it may be important information, but we didn't, It was such a relaxing holiday, and in fact, as a family unit, up until that night, and with the friends we were here, certainly for us, it was as good a holiday as we have had with the children, up until that point.
You have to keep believing that Madeleine is still going to be found alive and well.
Absolutely.
Do you ever, though, allow yourself to drift towards negative thoughts?
I think in the early days we did, and I think that's inevitable. I think any parent who's been through this.
In the early days we did. What?
I don't know. I'm just going to say, for me, 21 days into it, we're still in the early days. We're still in those early days. Like I said, this literally, if I didn't know better, I would think that this was filmed 5 years after the fact.
I know. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I was putting together some footage for the live on this with Lizzie, and I watched this first interview, but I could not believe what they were saying, what she just said there. It's just obvious. They just want everyone to move on now to we're trying to bring awareness and we want to start, you know, raising funds to try and find Maddie and concentrate on the media side of things. You know, there's just no. They know she's gone.
Do you ever, though, allow yourself to drift towards negative thoughts?
I think in the early days we did, and I think that's inevitable. I think any parent who's been through this does that, certainly in the first few days. We don't now. We're actually a lot stronger, a lot more hopeful now. And we have to be hopeful. It's what.
We don't now. We're okay now. We're stronger now.
Actually,
it's almost comical.
What got me was we're more hopeful now. I would think 3 weeks after she's been gone, I would be a lot less hopeful than I would have been the first couple days.
Exactly.
It's completely opposite of what you would have expect someone to be feeling.
And like even though you kind of think, well, they are doctors, they're kind of cold in their profession anyway. They kind of have to be professional and all that. Regardless of that, there's things that subconsciously, if they thought she was still alive, that she biologically could not hide, it would come out of her, and it just isn't. And it's in her actual words and in her mannerisms, in both her mannerisms.
I don't think the interviewer asks. I would have liked to say, "Why are you more hopeful now? What's happened? Why are you more hopeful now?"
Yeah,
because that's just the oddest friggin' thing.
Yeah.
Roberta says, "Weren't they out jogging and playing tennis days after?"
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that. It's unbelievable.
So if they have all these things, but now they're sitting in front of a camera being interviewed, why so stoic? Why put on this face? Why be this way? Did they think that being emotional would be bad? Or, I mean, how could that possibly look bad on your part if you showed some emotion?
You've just reminded me what their defense was in that regard. I don't know if it was in Kate's book or if this was somewhere else, but what they said was that the people that were advising them advised them not to show so much emotion during the interviews and the press conferences because they surmised that a kidnapper of a young child would get off on seeing them emotionally wrecked and in pain. That's apparently what the advice was to them.
Somebody should advise them that they shouldn't be caught laughing and having a great time.
Well, exactly right.
They should have been advised at that point. No emotion should be no emotion. That means no giddy, happy stuff either. Yeah. Or taking naps. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's odd.
Carrie says they didn't actually search for Maddie the night they reported her missing because it was cold and dark outside and they were non-functioning. Jerry had a nap. Wow.
Again.
I was under the impression that Jerry at least helped. That is crazy.
Yes, same, Tracy. Yes. The fact that it was cold and dark would have actually made it 10 times worse for me. Again, think about it. If you think your kid is out there, either with someone, not with someone, hurt somewhere, it's cold and dark, so you're not going to search. You're going to wait for daylight. I know search teams do that for their own safety, but me as a parent, no, I would not. I don't understand.
Yeah, I mean, the shock and the adrenaline, you wouldn't be feeling the cold, right? If that was
right.
If you genuinely thought she was taken and still alive. You would run through any weather.
Well, you know, I'm not a body expert or anything, but if I were an attorney or a PR person, I would play this video for my client. Say, whatever you do, don't do anything like this. Nothing like this.
Yeah, and as Roberta says, all that stopped when Clarence Mitchell came on the scene. Clarence Mitchell was the kind of PR guy, and I think he had worked for the government prior. This is how high level they were able to pull the attention from. You know, they literally had the deputy prime minister coming out and speaking to them. You know,
So why is that? Why is that though? I mean,
a good
they're
question.
doctors, I know, but are they doctors that knew people in high places already? I mean, I don't understand that.
It's a good question. You know, I mean, you know, they weren't part of, you know, they weren't exactly upper class. They were just like, you know, well-to-do middle class, a middle class family.
But if they
Um,
knew someone in
well,
a high place, that would explain a lot of it, you know?
well, I mean, you can go down other darker paths. I mean, there's people that believe it was even darker than what one might imagine with this, right? That some people believe that they knew there's a renowned um, child offender who was part of the government that stayed in that same village,
Yeah.
and they went to meet him for dinner. I think it was afterwards, I think. So people have, you know, accusations that go down that line. And one of the Tapas Seven as well, um, he had allegations made against him by one of the family friends that wasn't at this trip, but was at a previous trip, and he was saying some incredibly dodgy things uh, about Madeleine McCann. You know,
Oh, yeah, I remember on one of Lizzie's lives, she talked about that. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, there are darker theories, basically, right?
Well, and I
Keeps us
get
going.
your guys's you know, not everything's put out on Front Street like it is here, but the way that this couple has been able to shut everything down, you know, even I can't say his name, the lead detective that wrote that book.
Mhm.
That's a
Amazaro,
level, yeah, that's a level of power that seems
I know.
off centered from just a regular, you know, family that lost their child. It's just it's
Yeah,
odd.
yeah. That, that was the point that I kind of failed to make there, is that maybe if those darker theories are true, maybe
Yeah,
that's the reason, right? That people in power have a reason to um not let certain things be exposed here, right?
right.
You know,
Yep. I mean
who knows?
that makes that theory, whether you think that that's a conspiracy theory or not, but it does explain some of this other stuff that doesn't seem to have an explanation.
Yeah, and it's not entirely unfounded, especially when you think about the other side of things, is how I think we all know pretty much that they're guilty, right? Whether they're guilty of um, overdosing her accidentally, or if they're just guilty of neglect and she accidentally fell behind the sofa, right? Regardless, for some reason that doesn't seem explicable, the Tapas Seven all completely um, stayed loyal to them and stuck to their
Mhm.
stories all this time. Why is that? You know?
I don't know, but like you said, you know, those other things um, could be explained by, yeah. Let's just say Epstein. You know that
Yeah,
look what's happened with that, and the silence and the things that have been used to keep those secrets for those people for so long.
yeah.
There's proof it does happen. It's not just a fairy tale conspiracy theory kind of thing. It does happen. Clearly,
It
it does.
does, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, not all conspiracies are actually tinfoil conspiracies. They're actual, there's genuine things that happen at a high
Yeah,
level.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, I think a lot of times people think to just poo-poo it, but as you learn more things, like I said, you've got, all this Epstein and the island, and who would have thought that? I mean, I guess some people would have thought that, but on the outset, just hearing it, the high level, it sounds stupid. It sounds made up. Like that
Yeah.
doesn't happen. And you've got how many people, how many stars go into this island? That doesn't happen. And then guess what? It does. So you're like,
Crazy,
shit.
yeah. It's like
Yeah.
something from a movie. What?
Yeah,
That
I
shit
know.
happened?
There's a saying, and it's kind of a little bit different, but just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. It's kind of like that. Just because it sounds crazy doesn't mean it's not true, though. It doesn't mean it's not crazy true.
Yeah. God. Can you imagine if you were just to, just have access magically to, all the behind the scenes shit that goes on at a high level? I wonder how shocked you would really be.
Well, yeah. I think if that were the case, you probably would never sleep again. Honestly, you'd never let anybody you love leave your house. You'd never use a cell phone. I mean, it's probably all kinds of things. I think there's probably a lot of bliss in ignorance.
Yeah.
But in cases like this, like I said, them talking about like these sex rings and all this stuff going on. Like there was a time when, because there was, the satanic stuff that happened in the 80s, they thought there was
Yeah.
all these, sacrifices that turned out as a bunch of crap. So there's a lot of this stuff that has come out, and then they realized, okay, people were just losing their minds and exaggerating. So now it's when anything sounds kind of wow, like a big thing like that, people just automatically want to dismiss it, when obviously that's not the smartest thing to do. Like I said, Epstein right there, that just proves that the craziest, outlandish things that you could imagine does happen.
Yeah.
And so in this case, like you said, these conspiracies, what those people are saying would make a lot of what these two did and said afterwards make sense, because if you throw all those theories out, a lot of their crap doesn't make sense. A lot of what happened doesn't make sense. The government coming in and helping them, and at what level, none of that makes sense.
I know. And I know some really smart people that believe that, It's not just
Tinfoil
like
hat people.
it's not just tinfoil hat people, no. Roberta says there might have been an injunction on the Tapa 7, so maybe that's why they couldn't talk.
And I talked to I asked Lizzie about this, and she didn't really have an answer, because she's not an international lawyer or anything, but that was one of my questions: is that injunction, is it enforceable in another country? So like, let's say that they immigrated to Canada, United States, Australia, wherever. Is that injunction enforceable there? Could they do that? Could they speak then?
Good question.
And injunction or not, I'm just going to say this, and maybe it's just the United States, just saying, injunction or not, especially after all this time, something would have been leaked. Somebody would have spoke to somebody, and it would have been leaked. Now, would it be able to be specifically tied back to one of them? Probably not. But the wall of silence that has gone on with this case is unprecedented, as far as I'm concerned, as anything I've seen in my country. It would have been leaked. I mean, it just would have.
Yeah, and I think they've got the most severe of companies, like law firms, to defend them. Do you know Pat Brown? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
She got her book taken down like really quickly off Amazon. Because of them, didn't she?
Yeah.
They
People have been
power.
sued. It's odd. It's very odd. And injunction, again.
There's ways around it. There's got to be, right? And like you say, it would almost like if they had some kind of guilt and they knew what really went on, they could have got that information out there somehow, I think,
Unless they were part of it.
Unless they were part of it, exactly, right?
Right.
Unless they've got a really strong reason, a really strong motive to hide sweep this under the carpet, you know?
You know, and the other thing is, all these years later, they're still going after people that say anything negative about them. Still, and they still have that power. And again, that's not just something that you got because your government feels bad for you because your child was kidnapped in a foreign country. It's just odd. And again, I would not want books and movies and documentaries out there being made about me that I killed my kid. But on the other hand, in my mind, as long as that stuff's being out there, her story's still being out there. And there's still a chance that maybe one way or another, find her body or find her alive. Her story's still out there. I've seen interviews with parents who have had their kids. They don't care what people think at the time. All they want is the story to not get buried, not get lost, because we all know that's what happens after a certain period of time. Another story comes along and it becomes bigger news. They would do anything to keep their kid's story out there so people are aware of it. And, you know,
that's a really good point. That's a really good point. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't like it, but hey, it's out there. At least people are reading. Hey, some 100 million people read that book. Cool. At least there's 100 million people that are looking for or thinking about my daughter and, you know, whatever.
Do you know, I've heard Peter Hyatt say that exact same point that point you just made there.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. It's a really good point.
Because I'm smart like Peter Hyatt. No, I don't know.
Well, as smart as you are you able to say poo-poo it for genetic code?
It's a poo-poo it. A poo-poo it. I didn't think about that. I do say that sometimes. Just poo-poo it. Okay. All right, I'll go on mute. You can finish this.
Okay.
And keeps us focused.
And what about Sean and Emily? What have you said to them about their big sister?
They're really good. I mean, they're at an age really where they're still quite young, and I guess it hasn't had the same impact on them as if they were a little bit older. They do talk about Madeleine. They pick up things and say Madeleine's, you know, and that's fine, but they're really good.
I think that's, you know, something that, as many people have said to us, that this is a parent's worst nightmare. And it is. It truly is. And it's as bad as you can possibly imagine. But, you know, if all three of the children had been taken, it could have been even worse than your worst nightmare. And we've got to be strong for them. You know, they're here. They do bring you back to earth. And we cannot, you know, grieve. One, we did grieve, of course we grieve, but ultimately we need to be in control so that we can influence and help. But, you know, if all three of the children had been taken, it could have been even worse than your worst nightmare. And we've got to be strong for them. You know, they're here. They do bring you back to earth. And we cannot, you know, grieve. One, we did grieve, of course we grieve, but ultimately we need to be in control so that we can influence and help in any way possible, not just Sean and
I'm sorry that I pause it so much, but can you believe what he just said there? He had to stop himself saying, we just cannot continue
Keep
to
grieving.
grieve.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he was actually saying.
Yeah, and he did. He caught himself. He didn't do a very good job catching himself, I don't think. Again, 3 weeks. I mean, that should be a running banner underneath. This was 3 weeks after she was kidnapped, because if you didn't know better, you're thinking, oh, okay, wow, that's really sad. That happened a long time ago for you. Nope, just happened.
Exactly, Roberta. Why would you use the word grieve if the child is not dead? Why did he say grieve?
Yeah, if my kid was,
Yeah.
your kid's kidnapped and you think that they're kidnapped, you're not grieving. You're not grieving. You're hysterical. You're worried. You're not grieving.
And I just cannot believe that he said, basically, well, the silver lining basically is the fact, what if we had lost all three? You know, at least it was, you know, it wasn't all three that got taken. It could have been a lot worse. That
So it's almost
that
like he's
thought,
basically he's trying to explain his behavior. I'm not a friggin' mess because I only had one kid kidnapped. So just so you know, because if I had had all three, then I would be a total mess. But I'm not a mess because I only had one kid kidnapped. So keep that in mind, you people. Don't be judging me because I'm over here in happy land, happy that I still have the two that weren't kidnapped, and I'm going to focus on them because that's what's important right now.
yeah,
That's what he's saying, and it's
staggering.
weird behavior.
Staggering.
Weird behavior.
Yeah, genetic. Minimizing big time. And again, what?
Well, and to go back to what she was saying, the other two, they're really young, but they're doing great. They're doing great. Yeah. You know, they'll pick things up and say Madeleine, and that's fine. And you're like, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they were little, but
Mhm.
how
I
do
think
you even say something like that and not tear up? Even if you tear up for the fact that you know that at some point your other two children are going to go through a serious grieving process about their sister being gone at some point, and you hurt for your kids when they hurt. She didn't look like she was going to be hurting for them at all, and
Yeah.
they're fine. They're fine.
Tracy, the other two twins were in the same room and they slept through it all. They were fine. Because a lot of people point out how strange it was, because there was, as you can imagine, there was like people all over the apartment, in and out, you know, a lot of noise, and the twins slept through it all. So, you know,
Yeah.
it stands to reason that it's possible the reason Madeleine was gone because it was an accidental overdose, you know, from the doctors.
Anomaly, but the investigation.
And because of them, the day may come when you have to leave here and go back to the UK. I know you've got no plans to do so at the moment, but how do you think you're going to feel if that day comes and you have to go to the airport and fly back?
I can't think about that, Ian, to be honest. I can't think about going home without Madeleine. So.
I notice you've got Madeleine's cuddly toy with you as always. How did that start, and what comfort does it bring you?
Where did it come from? Or?
No, how did the idea come to just have it in your hands all the time?
Well, it's something that Madeleine has with her every night, and if she's upset or not well, then she has Cuddle Cat. And so it provided me with a little bit of comfort. It's something of Madeleine close to me.
This is International Missing Children's Day. I mean, I guess Madeleine's had more publicity than just about every missing child in the world put together. I'm sure you're very grateful for that. Why do you think it has provoked such enormous public support, of which I don't think we've ever seen before?
I think there's a conglomeration of circumstances that have come together in this situation. The fact that we're on holiday, very safe resort, recognised for that. And of course, the world has changed in terms of information technology and the speed of response, you know, in terms of the media coming here and us being prepared to some extent use that to try and influence the campaign. But above all else, it's touched everyone. Everyone. You don't have to be a parent for this to have a major impact on you. And I think it's also been very, very important. And some of the things which we have done and said, which we didn't realise what impact they would have, but so many thousands of people are doing small things to help us find Madeleine, because the worst feeling was helplessness, the absolute worst, that we had no bearing on finding her. But once you start to do that, then you start to feel a bit better. And I hope we're going to look back at the end of all this and say that we have done everything in our power, but also that other people are helping in so many.
God, Peter Hyatt would be all over that there, what he just said. At the end of this, once we look back at the end of this, we're going to think such and such. Why on earth are they allowing themselves to even imagine an end to this, you know? They're obviously talking about you know, once it's kind of being accepted that she's gone, right?
That's what it sounded like.
I mean, it didn't sound like they were meaning the end of this is going to be us getting Madeleine back.
Well, because
right?
I mean, if that were the case, you would think you would say that when this is over, when we have her back. I mean, that affirmation, and you would think that that would be the normal, not just say when this is over and leave it at that. No,
He's allowing an acceptance of a finality to this whole ordeal, you know, because he knows she's gone.
yeah, and we're still, you know, we don't have to talk about this too long, but my thing is even if it was, you know, let's say it was the accident, you know, she fell behind the couch, or an overdose with the drugs. Yeah, I agree with you. They do seem like they're talking in terms like she's already gone. But still, why are they still not upset then?
I know, right?
I mean, whether you know she's gone or not, but in fact, even knowing she's gone would almost make you upset too, because
Either way, yeah, either way, it makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't know. These people are weird.
Many other ways, and they feel that they are part of it.
Does it worry you that people might start to lose interest as time goes on, the media coverage diminishes inevitably?
For me, we know that the media coverage is not going to last a long time. It's lasted much longer, and we have been much, much more successful in driving our message out than we could ever possibly have imagined. Personally, I think it's gone beyond that at the minute, and that there is a feeling with many, many people out there that they will not allow this to happen. And we know that, and we pray that it doesn't happen again, but when it does, the speed of the next response and the template we have set will alter it. And there has been so much goodwill and humanity out there that it really has restored, that one evil act actually has resulted in so much good.
Where do you go from here? There's talk of travelling around Europe. Have you got any firm plans as yet?
We haven't got any firm plans. We're likely to travel in a few places in Europe, but as yet, no definite plans.
But you've got no plans to go back to the UK for the foreseeable future?
No.
I think that everybody has just been incredibly impressed with you as a couple and how you've dealt with this. There was a period after a week or so where you looked as if you were almost broken, and who could not understand that? And then there seemed to be a sort of a strength come from somewhere. Is that a fair point? Is that what happened, and what brought that about?
I think that's definitely true, isn't it?
Certainly, you know, at the end of that first week, there was so much emotion that we had spent, and we actually had a period where we discussed this openly, that we felt completely devoid of emotion. And the analogy that I like to use is a bit like when we were students and you got to your overdraft limit and you'd gone beyond it and there was just nothing left in the tank. I think physically and mentally were shattered. But you know, as you gradually get more on an even keel, we started to get back into the black. And we'd also worked tirelessly behind the scenes to put support mechanisms in place, including our legal team, the response with the fund, which was really driven by offers rather than us thinking that we needed it. And once these were in place, then it helped us to focus on what we really needed to focus on.
Well, everyone who's watching, who's been following Madeleine's case over the past 3 weeks, just wishes you all the best. Thanks very much, Jerry. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think it's kind of obvious what we all think about that, right? It's just so sad.
And him talking about, you know, I don't know, you know, hey, whatever, good for you. But if my kid was still missing 3 weeks later, I'm not going to be thinking about the lessons learned from my daughter being missing to help future people that it happens to. And talking about, you know, the template that's been created. Because how can there be a template created? It's still, it just started. For a template on how to handle missing kids in foreign countries, you need to be a little further along in the process, because 3 weeks in,
Yeah.
how do you know if your template, the steps you think should be part of this template is actually even good, right? You don't know. You don't know if the case has already been screwed up to high heaven. You don't know anything. But he's talking like, again, if he knows she's dead, then yes, it's okay. You are going to think, not you are, but it's makes more sense to be thinking about things like that than to be thinking, where is my daughter? There's no template if my daughter's still missing.
You're not even thinking about that, are you? It just doesn't enter in your headspace.
No, not at all.
I've got a link here. Sorry.
Well, I was thinking about how maybe I kind of answered my own question in my mind for myself, is how they're, even if she had died, why do they still look composed there and not a complete mess? Because their daughter's dead. But again, they've had those 3 weeks, and your self-preservation can be quite the motivator. So they know she's dead. They probably are grieving. If it was an accident, of course they're going to grieve, but their self-preservation, which is to get people to not look at them as somebody that might have done something. So they don't want to get arrested. They don't want to lose their other kids. So they have a motivation to, in their mind, not be a basket case. But in my mind, it's actually, makes you look worse.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they got that advice, to try and show no emotion, then that's very bad advice.
Yeah, and I remember like watching some documentaries and stuff from like the 70s and stuff, like some of those kids that like ended up on our milk cartons. I think that was the advice that was told to them back then. One of the things is use your child's name a lot to try to, humanize her and blah, blah, but don't become too emotional, because they will feed off of that. But, we're talking about the 60s and 70s. I don't, why would somebody advise anybody now to do that?
I know.
And Roberta, so can someone explain to me why they're getting money from the government at all anyways? I mean, is that what happens when you have a child kidnapped over there? The government gives you money? What is that about?
Is that what's, Roberta, do you know? I don't know enough about that side of things. Another 350 grand. What, going into the fund? I know that there's another YouTube creator out there. I think they're actually from Ireland, that were looking into some of the dodgy stuff with the company that they set up. I can't remember the specifics, but all sorts of messy stuff. I've got this link here that Carrie put up. This is from Heidi-Ho, from Liz's channel, about the McCanns not physically searching for Madeleine. So let me just play this.
And I've spoken to a lot of people over the weeks, local people who'd given up a lot of time. You've talked about the support that they've given you. I met people who didn't go to work for more than a week because every day they were down on the beach searching the streets. Did you, as a mother, Kate, just sometimes think, I've got to go and be out there with them, I want to go and just physically look as well?
I mean, I did. I mean, we've been working really hard, really. Apart from the first 48 hours, as Jerry said, were incredibly difficult, and we were almost non-functioning, I'd say. But after that, you get strength from somewhere. We've certainly had loads of support, and that's given us strength. It's been able to make us focus, really. So we have actually, in our own way, it might not be physically searching, but we've been working really hard and doing absolutely everything we can, really, to get Madeleine back.
Esta antiga funcionária do Tapas conta que de imediato vários colegas deixaram o trabalho para ajudar nas buscas. Enquanto isso, nas horas que se seguiram, durante quase todo o tempo, os McCann permaneceram no apartamento.
Os meus colegas ficaram indignados porque eles foram. Um deles até ficou com os pés vermelhos, cansados. E ficou indignado porque ele foi, não era nada a menina. E os pais...
Searching for
Well, that confirms it. That's from the horse's mouth. She literally said we may not have physically searched for her. She said it herself.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You know, I don't. Even if I'm not going anywhere, and I can't find my car keys, I can't think straight until I find my friggin' car keys.
Yeah.
You know, I will search. I was like, okay, you know what? I don't need them. I'm not going to need them till like Tuesday. I'm good. I'll sit down, start watching TV. Nope, it's bugging the crap out of me. I got to find my car keys, right? How do you do that with a kid? How do you not? What are you doing in that apartment? What are you doing? How are you even functioning?
How is that possible? How is it possible to remain within those walls when you know she's
Right.
not there?
Right. That's the thing. Like, just the fact that your child is gone and you don't know what they're going through, supposedly, you'd be crawling out of your skin, let alone crawling out of the apartment.
Yeah.
I would assume that those four walls feel pretty friggin' suffocating. You know, there's been a lot of times where you hear stories about kids that go missing and the police have to tell the family, you know what?
Yeah.
You go home and get some rest. You've been out here for 12 hours, whatever. We're
Yeah.
going to keep looking. You go home. And most of the time in the interviews, you see that like one of the parents is like, nope, not leaving until I find them, you know. Where is that with them? Where is that? But again, would you go out in the cold and walk around till your feet are red in the dark and bumping into things? Would you put all that energy into something that you knew was completely fruitless?
I know,
Maybe
right?
not.
Yeah.
But again, you probably should, because at least it would look better.
I know. It's I mean, I try and be fair about it, right? When I'm convinced they're guilty, right? And I agree with Liz because she also makes the point that she's not saying that they are literally responsible for her death. That might not be the case. It may just be a complete accident, but they're still culpable through negligence, right? Like, I'm prepared to believe that as well. And like, I try and be fair and I try and imagine that they are telling the truth and it was an abduction. But there's absolutely, you can't make that argument. There's nothing to
Wow.
attach
Yeah.
that argument to at all, you know? I mean, I mean, the way that Kate described the shutter being open, which was impossible. You know, it didn't have that facility to be open wide. And the only fingerprints that they found on the window were hers.
Right.
And also Jerry, his initial story was that he went into the front door when he last checked on her. But then once they realized that the kidnapper story coming through the window couldn't work, he had to change it to coming in through the patio at the back so that it was explicable how a kidnapper could get in and out. Everything. It's like I was pointing out to Liz, you know, the kind of Occam's razor, you know?
Yep, exactly.
You know, when there's so many different possibilities, almost always the simplest one tends to be the true one, you know?
Yeah. 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 I mean, we've seen parents where their children have died through negligence or, you know, even from abuse, and they try to cover it up. But even then, they at least try to look the part. I mean, like we were talking about with Chris Watts, he tried to look the part. He failed miserably, but he tried to look the part. He at least tried. These two actually literally do not look like they're even trying. They really don't look like they're trying. And if they are trying, then they're failing miserably, just like Chris Watts did. So JC says, doing everything we can to get Maddie back, short of physically searching. Right. Got it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You
Other than
try
that,
to get me to not look, you know?
Yeah. We're doing absolutely everything possible, just not physically searching, obviously, you know.
Right. Right. And I do
Okay.
know in the olden days, they used to tell, kidnapping parents, stay at home in case the kidnappers call, or a missing kid, stay at home in case they call. Well, that was in landline days and shit like that. That's not a case anymore. And she wasn't at home. This was on vacation. So yeah, again, try to stop a parent for searching for their 3-year-old child that went missing and you're claiming is kidnapped.
Till my feet bled, I would search.
Yeah.
Roberta says they've had nearly 14 million off the government. It keeps the case open so no one can deep dive and get information as it's classed as an ongoing case.
See, and that's again right there. That leads into what you were saying, these quote unquote conspiracy. This is not just a couple who may or may not have contributed to the death of their daughter and they covered it up because they didn't want to go to jail and didn't want their other kids taken away. For the government to go to that lengths, there's something else, right?
It feels that way, yeah. It does. It feels like there's a lot of people that have a good reason for this narrative to continue, and also from what I read and what I hear from the guy that does that podcast in Australia, is it Mark Sonokanuko?
I'm just gonna say Mark. I don't say his last name because I screw it up every time.
Yeah, like he's pointing out as well that this new suspect that they have, there's just zero evidence. I think the only sort of tangible evidence is the fact that he was in the same area at the time, and there's a phone ping of a mast that's in the area, but that covers such a wide area. It's just the evidence is so thin, and it looks like they're just happy to attach this on to someone like this guy he's a legitimate creep anyway, so let's just see if we can stick this on him.
Well, so that leads me to the question, like what Roberta was saying about them, not closing the case. If they're going to pin this on this guy, then the case would be closed. Then wouldn't the information
I see what you mean. Yeah.
become available?
Yeah. Good point. Maybe they just want to direct attention towards this, even though they've got no real desire of a finality to it. They're maybe just trying to redirect attention. Who knows, right?
Well, and the other thing is she's 18 now. This guy's name just came up. I mean, charged him. I don't know if they've talked about him for years, but just within the past, year and a half, 2 years, right before she turned 18, all these years, he was never talked about. But now that she's 18, now all of a sudden they found the guy. They've concluded it's the guy based on what? I don't know. Is it a coincidence that all of a sudden this suspect is being charged with something right before she turns 18?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what was there, but I think at any given time in a decently sized group of people in an area, you're probably going to find a couple people, if you search, that have a history of some sort of sexual deviant stuff in their background. So the fact that he was there, that doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't, does it? Yeah, because just by the law of the odds, there's going to be a few sex offenders round about that area. They just stand to reason.
And the pinging thing, working in telecommunications, especially cell phone stuff, back then, their ability to narrow down like they can now was non-existent. That was non-existent back then by using cell towers. You couldn't narrow down to, say within 100 feet. It was a very wide radius. In fact, a lot of times, depending on how many cell towers are in the area, it could be miles. This is your area. You pinged on this. Here's your 2-mile radius, somewhere in there, so it's not the same as it is now. So the fact that he pinged on something doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. I hear that all the time about phone pings. They're just not reliable. They're not specific. They're not they can't pinpoint areas, right? And
Well,
completely.
they're getting better at doing it, but part of it is GPS, and that's not necessarily cell tower stuff. That's GPS. A lot of phones, smartphones have the GPS going. They have them on so they can have their Find My Phone. So, that's a lot of it.
Yeah. I just wanted to play this here, and Shirl, I want to thank you. You've been really generous with your time. I really appreciate that. So thank you. I wanted to play this video here. I get fed up sometimes with the hard time that law enforcement get in general. They get such a hard time, and some of it for good reasons. There's a lot of bad cops out there, right? But there's also a lot of good cops out there, and they have one of the hardest jobs, especially in the United States. They are literally potentially risking their life every time they go on the job. And as I say, I'm sure there is some corruption within the cops, and that needs to be exposed. But I think law enforcement have never been more under the microscope, right? And I think it's a great thing that they have body cams. I know that not every department has the body cams yet, but it's coming, and it keeps them under the eye of the public, right? I think it's a great thing. And I just wanted to play this here just to kind of remind people that cops are just human beings like the rest of us. And there are some really good cops that are in the job for the right reason. And this video just highlights that here. This cop has been called to a Walmart because they suspect a girl has been stealing. And as you'll see, it's very sad when you see her. You look into her eyes and you will determine that there's a painful past gone on with her. But just watch the way the cop decides to handle it. And I think it's a good feel video at the end of this. So it'd be better to end on a more positive note.
Hi, ma'am. Do you have stuff in your coat right now?
No.
No? Okay. Employees said they saw you stuff from your basket into your jacket.
No, I just put all my stuff back because I was supposed to meet my other half here, and he never showed up. I just tried calling him, actually.
Okay, so if we search your jacket, we're not going to find any items?
No.
I'll give you an opportunity right now to take everything out. But it's going to be your one and only opportunity.
If you take everything out right now, we won't even press charges. We'll just give you no trespass.
I think that's a fair deal.
Otherwise, if there is, then we'll file charges.
Okay, fine. I have a hat and gloves.
All right, there we go.
I don't have an ID.
I just want to say as well, I feel a little bit shitty playing this, right? I see a victim here, right? But this is from a channel, I think it's blue.com or something. Like, it's got millions of views, right? So I don't feel too bad about playing this because I think it's a good ending to this.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
I just need your information so I can get there. That's for you.
Jamie.
Jamie.
Yep, M. Scape. S-C-A-F-E.
S-C-A-F-E. Do you have an address that you stay at? No. Okay. Are you working anywhere, Jamie?
No. Man, it's just cold outside. I don't have any money, and I just wanted a hat and gloves.
I get it, but you can't be stealing it, okay?
It's just a hat and gloves that she's tried to steal because it's cold outside. I think she's homeless.
Do you have anything else on you? Just the hat and gloves? Because if they check cameras and they find anything else, then it's going to turn into a theft charge. Okay. And you don't have any gloves or hats or anything?
You see the shame on her face, right? Like, this encounter is just a metaphor for her looking in the mirror at her situation, at her life, how it could have gone so bad, right? This
Yeah.
is just underlining it. I mean, she's obviously got abuse issues, right? I think you can see that.
Yep.
You know, it's so sad. But I mean, you can tell she's like a pretty girl, right? If she got herself together.
Yeah, it's a case of,
You just don't know what's happened in her life, you know? There could be
Yeah,
all
yeah.
sorts of reasons out with her control that she's in this situation. You just don't know.
Yeah. And you can't help but feel bad for her because, yeah, it's not clearly she doesn't shoplift on a regular basis. She does. There's the shame. There's the embarrassment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you will see a lot of people, you know, a lot of people would have reacted to this in a far more confrontational way, you know. But she took a few seconds, thought about it, and then fessed up. And you'll see what decision the cop makes here. I love it.
Okay.
And one pair of gloves.
I give her your info then. Go ahead.
This one's for you. That one's for you.
Copy. Should be good. Yeah, we're good.
Sorry. Yeah, if you come in the do have no trespass, so you can use the drive-through, but you can't use the store. Okay?
You don't have hat or gloves? I'll buy these for her.
Thank you.
But don't do this, okay? I know it's tough, but there's other ways. Call us for help, all right? But if you come back in here, you're gonna get arrested.
I like these shoes. These shoes are cute.
That one was back in that box back there at the end of the aisle.
I think these probably should be on the same price. 947.
Thank you so much.
Again, it's cold, but 947 ain't worth, you know, especially like if you're out on bond and stuff.
My ears are cold.
I get
It's
it.
not an excuse, but like.
I get it. But you know, call us for help. We have resources we can help you out with. You know, every contact with us doesn't have to be a bad thing. All right, Jamie, don't come back, okay? All right. Do you guys need anything else from us?
No, thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
That's the way to police, you know. That's the kind of characters we want in law enforcement, you know, common sense and a heart. I love that. I mean, who knows how much of a positive impact that moment may have had on her life? Maybe not, but maybe. You never know.
Right. That's where they talk about, you throw a pebble in the water and the ripples go out and out and out. And he may never know. Maybe he will, but that right there may have set her on a different path. And 5 years from now, she's got a college degree or she's got a really good job and she pays it forward. I mean, you just never know what a simple little act can do.
Yeah, you know, and it's because there's a danger, I think, that, you know, some cops tend to kind of almost become robotic in their job because they're under such scrutiny that they kind of lose the human element of it. We don't want that to happen, right? We need cops to have a bit of leeway, you know, and to use some common sense and to judge it for what it is. He could see in that moment, just looking into her eyes, as we all could, a painful past there, you know? And there's all, as I said, there's all sorts of potential reasons that might have been out with her control that has caused her emotional distress and the inability to sort her life out. And like you say, the pebble in the war, who knows, that could have he could have saved a life there.
Yeah, most definitely. And like you said, I mean, he could have, you know, just let her off with a warning, and that still would have been a good thing, you know. Yeah. He could have, you know, given her directions to, you know, the Goodwill to go get a hat or something, but you know, he just decided in that moment he was just going to make a little bit of a difference for her for that moment, right? And you know, and like I said, like you said, clearly it's not something he would do for everybody, but he saw something in her that made a difference for him. Yeah.
And as I say, it's just a reminder that, you know, there's a lot of good cops out there that are in the profession for the right reason. He definitely is. All right, guys. Well, as I say, Shirl, you've been very generous with your time, so I appreciate that. Thanks for coming on. It's been really interesting. Really interesting. I might split up the video and have the stuff on Madeleine Mccann as a separate one, you know, because that could be a good standalone video.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Yeah. Well, thank you. No, thank you for having me on. I've had a really good time.
Yeah, it was fun. And thanks for everyone coming in. A lot of great comments and opinions and analysis. It's been great. So thanks to everyone. I know I'm a bit behind in the chat a lot, but I appreciate you all. And I'm just going to let a final video play as we all roll out of here, just to kind of lighten the mood again. From the one and only Monty Python, just a reminder to us all that it's only YouTube. It's only YouTube, and
listen to this.
Life's a lot bigger than YouTube. All right. Good night, everyone. Good night, Shirl.
Good night.
Look, listen to this. Whenever life gets you down, Mrs. Brown, and things seem hard or tough, and people are stupid, obnoxious or daft, and you feel that you've had quite enough, just remember that you're standing on a planet that's evolving and revolving at 900 miles an hour, that's orbiting at 19 miles a second, so it's reckoned a sun that is the source of all our power. The sun and you and me and all the stars that we can see are moving at 1,000,000 miles a day, in an outer spiral arm at 40,000 miles an hour of the galaxy we call the Milky Way. Our galaxy itself contains 100 billion stars. It's 100,000 light years side to side. It bulges in the middle, 16,000 light years thick, but out by us it's just 3,000 light years wide. We're 30,000 light years from galactic central point. We go round every 200 million years. And our galaxy is only one of millions of billions in this amazing and expanding universe. keeps on expanding and expanding in all of the directions it can whiz. As fast as it can go, at the speed of light, you know, 12 million miles a minute, and that's the fastest speed there is. So remember when you're feeling very small and insecure, how amazingly unlikely is your birth. And pray that there's intelligent life somewhere up in space, 'cause there's bugger all down here on Earth.